Alright, sorry about that. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Didn't never switch over to Unicom. That's happened to me a few times. Thank you. Thank you, JSX. Sorry, everyone. Forgot about the low latency. Alright. Flaps full. We need to do our flight controls check. Anti-ice. We don't. All that stuff can remain on auto. Recall. No failures. Auto brake. RTO. Yep. Once again, everyone, I'm sorry. I forgot about the latency settings, which I need to build into my thing here. Work on that later tonight. Flight controls. So we're doing flaps 30 right now. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Okay. Ground.
Vacated 26 left. Currently into the terminal.
Yeah, sorry about that. The latency. I forgot about the latency. So YouTube gives you 3 settings for latency. They give you they give you normal latency, low latency, and then ultra low latency. I have gotten so many complaints about when I don't use ultra low latency, about the latency being about 30 seconds, which is pretty damn horrendous. 30 seconds to a minute. So anyway, quickly go ahead and switch over to ultra low latency, which unfortunately you cannot. You have to make a whole new like stream for, unfortunately. All right. Flight control check completed. Ground equipment all clear. Before taxi checklist complete. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, taxiing now, holding point, Alpha 3 for 27 right, via Delta and Alpha. Heathrow traffic. Release parking brake.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 76 Foxtrot, taxiing runway 27 right at Alpha 3 via Charlie and Alpha. Heathrow traffic.
Alright, and you can go and get runway turn off lights on as well. Actually, are you able for an intersection departure? We already have all the stuff put in. No, I'll be good. I won't go with the stupid intersection departure. Heavies get priority for using the entire runway. You pay for the entire runway, you use the entire runway. There you go. In fairness, I do think that the virtual airlines paying. I have no clue how much money for the ability to have an attempt on Heathrow's 27 left and 27 right. And the landing fees at Heathrow are just straight up insane. They're just straight up insane, the landing fees at Heathrow. Which they kind of make sense. I mean, Heathrow is, by definition, at capacity. At operating at its maximum capacity, so. Anyway, we'll take flaps 5. Cabin crew, be seated for takeoff, please. Cabin crew for takeoff, thank you. You okay, Fry? You're wobbling all back and forth. Fry is the company 777 right behind me. Well, I say company. He doesn't work for AirNott like I do. He works for yeah. Hello, lag. Really? Really? Oh, I'm an idiot. Talking about lag in terms of, like, frames. Yeah, I'm using FrameGen, so I'm getting pretty decent frames. Does it mean I recommend FrameGen? No. But FrameGen is useful. Austrian Airlines. Nice. I'm flying for the AirNott virtual airline, which we have a very special event happening on Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning we have a very, very, very special event. So we are doing Baltimore to Heathrow, and it's about 9 of us doing it. So we got about 9 of us doing it. Doing Baltimore to Heathrow on Tuesday. So at roughly 7 o'clock Zulu is when we're all departing Baltimore. So Alright, please send a message to Grumpy Bus Driver then. You sure you're going to be able to be up at 7 a.m.? Now I'll have to assign you to stand. Heathrow traffic, you're not... Or sorry, Speedbird at TG Bravo, line up runway 27 right at Alpha 3. Heathrow traffic. Alright, you have to send Grumpy Bus Driver a message. And to be honest, we're kind of already limited on stands. Fry, you might want to set this one out. We are very much limited on stands.
Approaching 27 right.
So we are, Alright, strobies on, landing lights on.
On runway 27 right.
Oh, you're doing... Oh, that'll be fun. Alright. Alright, V113151, rotate 155, take climb 160. Clear for takeoff. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird, TG Bravo, heavy takeoff now to 7 right. Compton 3, Foxtrot departure. Heathrow traffic.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 76 Foxtrot, lining up runway 27 right behind the departing 777. Heathrow traffic.
AirNott. V1 and rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Heathrow traffic, speed 22 Bravo, now airborne passing 2200, initial climb 6000 via the Compton 3 Foxtrot. Heathrow traffic.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 76 Foxtrot, taking off runway 27 right, Compton 3 Foxtrot, departure, initial climb 6000. Heathrow traffic.
That was a fun little departure. Fly there. We'll fly the whole route today. Estimating Baltimore right now with 19.3 for fuel. Not including the runway. So. Maybe a 7 a.m. arrival, unfortunately, but that's fine. It is up to 360 to get a chance. Okay, alright.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 76 Foxtrot, airborne passing 2000, continuing now flight level 150, Heathrow traffic.
It's wrong, but okay. It's fine. Just be careful, for I haven't done my climb yet. Do my climb in a moment. Compton. With Lee. Yeah, we get to maintain 6,000. Maintain 6,000 until Compton. So. Yeah, I wouldn't actually have done that if I were you. If you want to climb to 8,000, that's fine, but I wouldn't have done that. Climb via SID, which is not a thing in the UK. The UK will give you step altitudes, but okay. But I'm gonna follow proper procedure here. Compton. Roger. Here, let me see how much you're trailing me by. Yeah, if you can reduce your speed to 250. Remain at 250, please. That'd be beneficial. Yeah, just remain at 250. That'd be very, very beneficial. So. If not 240, just so we can gain a bit more separation. So. Roger. That should work. climb via proper procedure. Are you using VNAV in the 777? Because VNAV will, if you were using VNAV, you would have just straight up stopped at 6,000, then yeah, and then climb up to whatever you have in the MCP. I'll show you a few things during this flight. Show you a few things. Going up 360 initial, and then Windsor step climb. 534. Okay, noted. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, climbing now, flight level 360. Heathrow traffic. And just for the traffic behind us, we'll maintain speed 250 knots below flight level 100, and then passing flight level 100, we are going to increase our speed to 310 knots for the climb. Heathrow traffic final call. You shouldn't be on Mach yet. You shouldn't be on Mach. You shouldn't be on Mach until like until you're way higher. You should be on you should be in indicator airspeed. So yeah, I don't know what Mach. So the vectors are different, right? So you should be paying attention to airspeed, not Mach. So right. So right now I'm going Mach 0.448. Okay, you should, but I'm paying attention more to indicated airspeed. So don't worry, I know you're new to the 777. I'll help you out. I will help you out with it. So you see now I'm leveling off 100. Now I'm increasing the speed to, actually it's going to be 313 knots, but I'll tell you 310 for separation purposes. Right, and now actually it shouldn't even matter though, because if you have VNAV configured correctly, which probably don't, but I can help you out with that in a moment, right? If you have VNAV configured correctly, that first screen, that speed screen should just go blank. You should be paying attention to everything in the FMC here. That's how you change your speed. Do 30 knots now. Roger. Yeah. I encourage you to watch my 777 guide part 1. I encourage you to watch that, because there's stuff in that I think you're missing. So VNAV you gotta set up. VNAV is easy to set up, but if you miss it, it's kind of hard, because now you have to go into your flight plan and look at some numbers. So oh, that was your issue. You should follow a proper procedure. So you should follow the proper procedure. So Really? Do they cover VNAV? Do they cover... Do you have a procedure that covers setting up aircraft extremely quickly, but not missing stuff? So it takes... If I do everything right, it'll take me a good 15 minutes to set up the 777. Now, 15 minutes is still extremely fast. Don't get me wrong, 15 minutes will be still extremely fast, but when I get it set up, everything works. So, all right, I'll be making a full startup guide and actually a whole checklist because I need a checklist. I need a checklist better than what's in here. Which, by the way, there is a checklist in case you didn't know. Just come over here, hit the checklist button, and it's right there. So. Ah. If you take it slowly. Yeah, I find that I can get the 777 set up in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, then airborne about 25-ish minutes, depending on the taxi. 25 to 30 minutes from starting up the sim. I can depart, but it does take a good 25 to 30 minutes. So, right. Anyway, knock on wood, everything remains stable. Knock on wood, everything remains stable. So, alright. Passing flight level 210. We're gonna go a cruising speed of decimal 8.4. I'm gonna go ahead and do my cruising speed out. Actually, we can go 8.5, actually. Yeah, I'll go a cruising speed of Mach decimal 8.5. So, you cannot see me on your TCAS. I might just be a little higher than you then. Let me look. There's another. As Grumpy has shown me yesterday, there's another way to look. Alright, I'm showing you roughly 15 miles, roughly 16 miles in trail. Okay. 15 to 16 miles in trail. Okay. Keep that in mind for separation. So, but let's see here. You are at 200. Yeah, that's why you're not showing up on TCAS. I'm passing 20. I'm passing 260 now. You're passing 190, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, we are past 10,000, which means turn off lights off, landing lights off, taxi lights off. Which I did that through this. Actually, this, I spent $60 on it. But, gotta be honest, I was a little skeptical at first. For me personally, worth every penny. For me personally, worth every penny. But part of that's because I do fly the 777 so much. So. By the way, Fry, as we departed Heathrow, I am climbing to 360 with a step climb around 5:32, so this is about an hour. In about an hour and a half. I have a step climb. Which means, actually looking here at the FMC, so if I were to get into legs route data, I'll do my step climb before I go oceanic. And that step climb will be to 380. I know this says go oceanic before because our oceanic entry point is Resno. Right. I know that this says 380. Or sorry, I know this says we'll do it after Resno. No, I'm gonna do it before Resno. And then I can just file for 380 and all that stuff. And I'll do that in. So when am I estimating Resno at? I'll do that in 10 minutes. So. Yeah, if you do VNAV correctly, you should have step climbs. Depending on. Yeah, but you have to remember you want to get. That's at the current time, so when you actually get there, your optimum might be closer to 380 than 37. What is my max right now? My maximum is 396, which means, yeah. Which means my maximum for oceanic is 400. Top climb is enrollment. Alright, and I'm seeing Fry, you're 17 miles in trail now. Which is good. You're not quite out of Heathrow airspace. Or out of London airspace? Not quite. We will be soon, though. Alright, now I'm curious about something with the chase plane. I'm curious. What I'm curious about is No, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing like a true. Sorry. How do you? No. So it's either double. So here, actually, I'll show you. So the way to do it is here. You see this little ruler icon? Okay. What you're either gonna do is, well, first off, activate that, right? And then click on your first object, right? So, for example, me, right? It's either gonna be double click or it's gonna be control click. Most likely control click, but just test it out with double click. And then double click or single click on the object you're trying to measure, right? And it'll do it. So once again, it's either double click or control click. It was control click for me. So it might be double click. It is actually like really handy. It is really handy now that I know about it. It's previously what I was doing is that I was getting rough estimates by literally moving this like little bar, like kind of matching this. Like, okay, we're roughly I don't know. That's roughly what 20 kilometer separation, right? Just down here, right? I was doing it like that before, or doing it via TCAS and just accepting that I have enough separation, right? No, now that they've actually put in a ruler, it's actually very, very helpful. So. Now I'm curious about something. Let's see, dear, do I see it now? Why did I set my climb? At 7:44. Do I have another step? I should have another step climb beyond that, but I don't know. VNav. Damn it. Doing navred. I will have a secondary step climb at 8:32 Zulu. Roughly. I am bringing loads of fuel with me. Loads. So. Arriving. Well, first off, for Baltimore, I can throw in the Trish 4 now. Trish 4 from Nookie. So I know that that's not going to change. But right now for Baltimore, I'm estimating 11:16 Zulu, not including approach. Let's see here. I think I got shit back on TCAS now. Back on the radar. Actually, yeah, I do. I do now. Right there. Yep. Alright, let's see here. Rest note at time 5:31. Now it would be a good time to go ahead and get the oceanic clearance on request. We all know how to... Alright. So... Y'all know how to do oceanic clearance here. Mat track. Okay, sign with event sim request clearance. We can take 400. We'll be going 085. Oceanic flight level. Sorry, it's gonna be Resno to Nico, I believe. Yes, Resno to Nico. Shanwick. ETA for Resno is about 31 Zulu. TMI 46. And then done. Done. Oceanic clearance. That was. So now we already get an oceanic controller. The oceanic controller will know what we're doing. So. And that's at 380 as well. So we'll step climbing in a moment. Yeah, probably just be careful. We will need to step climb here soon. All right. I'm gonna go Mach decimal 85 for my cruise speed. So even when I stop climbing, I'm still gonna plan to go 85. Is the plan? So okay, well, I know that a driver update did not fix that issue, but that's also a bad cable issue. So. Alright, let me see here. So I'm thinking that tomorrow night I'll take the night off. At least I think that's the plan. And then in preparation for Monday night / Tuesday morning. So Zulu. That is 7 Zulu. And I think I'm gonna start the stream around 6:30ish. Is I think the goal. So that is 7 o'clock Zulu. So and one of us is gonna be departing at 6 o'clock Zulu. So maybe I'll start the stream at 6 Zulu. I don't know what time I'm gonna start the stream yet. 6 Zulu might actually be a good idea, considering that that's when Joanna has to depart. So, but we're gonna try to make upwards of $1.75 million for the virtual airline. So, that's the plan. We're gonna. So far, we got 9 of us. We got 9 of us departing so far. how many arrivals we're actually gonna have, I think we'll most likely have about 8. I feel like someone's gonna drop off here somewhere, but we're going to have 9 of us departing. So. Yeah, it is. Damn. Is Keir Starmer getting ready to rejoin the EU? Is he really beginning to say that we are not a Britain of the Brexit years anymore? We must look outwards and work with our European neighbours to keep our country safe. There is no British security without Europe, and no European security without Britain. Damn! Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK. Okay, so let me go ahead and quickly outline what Brexit was. Brexit, about 10 years ago now, Brexit was the UK voting to leave the European Union, and it has been disastrous. Okay, it has been disastrous. When I say it has been, it has taken the UK from being like one of the top, the top 10 most wealthy nations down to like being in the top 30. I mean it. It is. Brexit has been a massive disaster, right? So, what's the logical decision? Rejoin the EU. Except it's not that simple. People kind of like the fact that they're outside the EU now. But that said, though, Brexit doesn't work, and the bloody Brits are waking up to it. So they're waking up to it. So, especially with this Trump situation, lies funded by Nigel Farage, who is the leader of the Reform UK party, which is kind of the MAGA party here. It's kind of the MAGA party. Same lines, support the same people, same issues. Right. Rather, Keir Starmer is a member of the Labour Party, which is, in a way, kind of like the Democratic Party here, but a little bit better. A little bit better. That said, though, if they're about to rejoin, if Keir Starmer, who has had a bit of a rough February so far, after a controversy in the Epstein files, if he decides that he wants to hold a referendum on Brexit and decide, okay, maybe going back into the EU is a good idea, which quietly I do think that Starmer does believe, despite him saying, we're going to try to make Brexit work. That might be enough to save him as Prime Minister. But Brexit doesn't work. It just doesn't. How on earth does leaving half your funding away just for a little less paperwork work? It doesn't. It just doesn't. So, but the Brexit campaign had plenty of issues. It was fraud. It was built on lies and fraud. So, and it was kind of like the same way we ended up with Trump both times, right? It was kind of like there's only this small area that actually really made the decision, right? It's kind of the same way that we ended up with Trump the first time. So, anyway, that is the situation with political stuff in the UK, which I know we have a few UK viewers who Grumpy said he was going to tune in a little later. So I know that we have a few friends in the UK, so we're not really going to talk about that much more. But if the UK could rejoin the EU, that would be a good idea. That would be a really good idea, I think. Another benefit about rejoining the EU would mean that everyone gets new passports, which would allow them to enter in and out of the EU. It would allow people to go live inside of, like, let's say, Germany for as long as they want, right? It would, right. So one of the biggest things with Brexit, which they've been supposedly working on a solution for, though if they rejoin the EU, then all that work goes in the toilet because it automatically gets fixed, right? One of the nice things about the EU is you might be a citizen of France, but you have complete right to go and live and make a family in Deutschland or in the Netherlands or in Sweden or in Norway, right? Any member of the EU, you have total right to go live and work in that state or in that nation, right? Let's say you are someone. Let's say you're German, right? You can go and live in Paris if you wanted to. You can go live and work in Paris without consequence, right? You can go do that. So, and more specifically, or more importantly, let's say that someone wants to go and attend a overseas college, right? Or, sorry, not an overseas college, but a college that is, let's say, out of the country. Right, so let's say that someone in Germany wants to go and go take, let's say, physics classes in, let's say, Austria or something. Actually, I don't think Austria is a part of the EU. Let's say France, for example. Boom. Now they can just go. They can pack up their stuff, cross a singular border, right? Not have to fill out that much paperwork, and boom. They don't even have to show their passport, right? Because the EU is kind of like this one singular big nation in a way, right? Not to mention that it allows you to make regulations on such a mass level. So, Apple, for example, being forced to make batteries and put batteries in their phones that are able to be removed if they need to. That was the EU, right? It wasn't this one. It's not this one little country that Apple can just leave, right? It is about 30, or sorry, about 20 countries that Apple now would have to leave in order to evade that one regulation, right? And I think here soon there might be an EU army. I think that they're setting things up to create a united European army. So, anyway, EU is a very, very big organization that I very much am in support of, because they actually get shit done. So, we might be about to see Dublin. Are we about to see Dublin? Let's see here. Can I see Dublin? Yeah, I can kind of. It's Dublin should be like right over there. So Dublin should be like right about right over there a little. It's the correct shape, I think. Yeah, I can kind of. Dublin's like right there, I think. Or no, Dublin is right there. Is it? That looks like Dublin. Kind of. I think. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't actually. No, it doesn't. Wait, or is it? Yeah, it might be Dublin. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. Alright. So, I need to quickly do a few things. Mainly to do with thumbnails. In here what I need to do real quickly is, let's see here. Oh yeah, I need to do my step climb actually. Yeah, let me do my step climb real quickly actually. Fuel is low in the center, noted. That seems about right. Fuel. Yeah. Yep, that seems about right. Knock those center pumps off. Alright. Sea fryers behind me. Alright. Traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, step climb now, flight level 380. Traffic. So the way you do that is in your VNav page. Okay, so if you have VNav set up correctly, okay, what you do that is in your VNav page, and you can just put in, let's see, I want to go 86, so that's decimal 86, right? You just put it in your speed, right? And there you go. There you go. Now I tend to like going 8.5. It's 8.5 is nice, so I'm going to maintain 8.5. Okay, but keep that in mind. But my econ speed is if I wanted to go to econ, right? So if I wanted best fuel economy, then my cruising speed would be 340. Sorry, maybe 834. So, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna stick with my selected speed of decimal 8.5 because I can, and because I will, and because I don't want to do anything else. So. Yeah. Now, it doesn't mean that you're actually gonna like stay on exactly 8.5. You might bounce around a little, especially if we hit turbulence. But everything's looking fine so far. So. But right now, everything's looking fine. So you shouldn't have an issue with going 8.5. I would recommend 8.4, maybe decimal 8.4 or decimal 8.4. 8.45 right now. So, let's see. How many VATSIM hours am I up to? It feels like I've been on VATSIM a massive amount recently, especially this week. So, Roger. I am up to 1,200 hours on VATSIM. Hey, Gerald. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this British Airways / AirNott flight from London Heathrow to the Baltimore, Washington Thurgood Marshall International Airport, which is the official name of Baltimore. Now, if you wanted to call Heathrow something else instead of Heathrow or the big London airport, you could call Heathrow Hounslow International. Because technically Heathrow is located in Hounslow. Actually, my dad used to live in Hounslow. So technically Heathrow is located in Hounslow. So, yeah, so I'm up to over 1,200 hours on VATSIM, which means just in the past 46 days I put in 200 hours. Damn. At this rate, we're going to make 2,500 hours. Easily, no problem. Catching up to Grumpy with hours. So. Alright. Okay, so let's see here. So Max is departing at 6:50, which means Clark's at 7:05. I could probably adjust my off block to be about 7. Linus is 7. Flyhawk is 6:55. I don't know. So Max is 6:50. So out of all of our departures on Tuesday, so this is what we have planned, right? So out of all of our departures on Tuesday, so Max is 6:50, which means Max will be kind of the first. Joanna's going at 6, so Joanna gets to push back and do it whenever she needs to. Joanna has to be first, unfortunately, because I've told Joanna that if she cannot make it, it's okay, because she has to be landed at Heathrow by about 12 o'clock zero. By about 12:30 zero. So. And I think most of us are going to be arriving by around, or probably around 1 o'clock zero. But anyway. So Max will, in terms of the vast majority of the departures, so Max will push onto Charlie Lima. Okay. Give him his 5 minutes to get in and out. And then in terms of our 6:55 departures, we have Flyhawk at 6:55. So he'll push back onto Bravo. Okay. And then we also have me. So Flyhawk and I will go. We have David. He'll push back onto Bravo after a while. Our ETA right now for Baltimore is 11:16 Zulu. So that's got about 6 hours. 6 hours. Yeah, about 6 and a bit. About 6.5 hours, which is honestly a little less than I thought. So we've got about 6.5 hours though. Anyway, David will push back onto Bravo after. So anyway, so Flyhawk and I will go. Then David will push back onto Bravo, and then Linus will go ahead and do his weird push. I think he has to do a push-pull procedure. Great. And then we'll use up those 5 minutes. Linus will use up his 5 minutes to get his engines running and everything. Then he'll taxi out via November. Okay. Then James will push back. Well, first off, Clark will push back onto Charlie Lima. Clark will go. Grumpy will push back onto Charlie Lima at 5 after Clark. Okay, and then James will go at the same time as Grumpy. So at the same time, Grumpy push back. James will push back. He'll do his push-pull procedure, which will be right. Then James will taxi off. So James and Grumpy will taxi off last. So actually, if I'll do is I'll go actually at 7. That means we have 3 push. That means we have 3 people pushing at 7. Two at 7:10. Linus at, and then one at 7:05, and then one at 6:55. And of course, max at 6:50. And then we have our 2 extra spots. So that is the goal anyway. That is the goal. No, I'll go ahead and go at 7 instead of 6:55. This one just sent me a message. I know. Just playing stuff 747 is putting more stuff in the Discord. All right. Curious about something. I am curious about something. You literally just asked that question. You literally just asked that question. Sorry, I'm sending a message right now. Sorry. Oh, you're all good though. You're all good, but it does kind of say, at the top of the screen though, our ETA though. So we got to remember that. We do have to remember that. We need to remember that. All right. Let's see. Your Resno in about 175 miles. Sorry, I was texting someone. Let's see. So everything's looking fine right now. We are estimating Baltimore 1116 Zulu, 18.8 tons of fuel. Hopefully that doesn't get any worse, but that's fine. 18.8 tons of fuel, that is enough to hold for like an hour, in addition to a fairly long diversion. I mean, so the other day the day I was doing a positioning flight from from Kennedy to Baltimore, moving one of our 777s, and but anyway, I did that positioning flight, and I brought 12 tons of fuel with me, and landed with like 10 remaining. Barely used up any fuel there. Now, granted, that was a very short flight. I'm sorry, I think I brought like 15 tons of fuel with me, but assume that you can get about half an hour of holding for each ton of fuel that you got. Yeah. At least in the 777. Yeah, 18.8. I mean, we could probably divert to Boston or Charlotte. So. Let's see here. Sorry, just work thing that I have to take care of real quickly. Sorry, just 1 second. Alright. 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 All right, let's see here. Nice, nice. Oh, sorry. I read that wrong. Oh, wait. Got some nice photos on live stream today. I will try to get some nice photos on the stream today, but I don't think that's gonna really happen. But if you're talking about your channel, nice. All right. All right. So, actually, if we were to take a look at our screenshots, I do need to actually move some, a few things real quickly. Got an okay one of an Antonov 22. Nice. I have up here a model that came with my copy of Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. I have here a model of the AN-225 before Russia blew it to bits. Largest aircraft to ever been made. So yeah, I think I know I've shown it a few times, but I don't know if I've shown it to this particular audio. I don't think I've shown it to this particular audience, but yeah, Antonov, actually a Soviet company that turned Ukrainian. I always love my Ukrainians. Actually, I used to know a Ukrainian who he was the smartest person I knew. He was even programming his own operating system, and he wasn't like doing it from like Linux or anything. No, he was actually like writing all the memory stuff. Right? He was actually like writing his own kernel, and oh my word, that guy knew stuff that I. Yeah, AN-225. But my word, that Ukrainian fellow I knew. Damn, he was in stuff that I could never understand. Now it's back when I was actually doing a lot of stuff in the tech field, right? That was back when I was making my own server. That was back when I was actually studying cybersecurity, which I have stopped studying cybersecurity for reasons which I can get into if anyone wishes. But yeah. Yeah, his name is Vlad. He actually became my closest friend for a while until he had to move away down to I think South Carolina is where he had to move to. But anyway, he knew stuff that I never could understand. He was making his own operating system and everything, right? But anyway, the Ukrainians, they're smart. They are smart. Smarter than most. So. Alright, 1 second. 1 second, meter. Give me like 30 seconds. Someone got me a thing of Swedish fish. I like the fish candy things. fish gummies, I guess. They're not bad. It was bloody awful. It was bloody awful. And here's the reason why it was bloody awful. First off, I don't have a girl. And I don't really want one. So I am. But the second thing is, I was working all day. And it was bloody busy. It was busier than any of us expected. It was bloody awful, and I got annoyed. And I got even more annoyed when I came home and I realized, fuck, my NVIDIA issues are still happening. But I think that, fingers crossed, my issues are fixed now. The work was awful from the standpoint of I was in charge and it was insanely busy. It was awful from the standpoint of I had to order a truck, and well, first off, the person who should have helped me out with it wasn't there, so I had to do everything myself, which meant that it took like an hour more than it should have. It should only take about 30 minutes, but because I only kind of know what I'm doing with the truck. It took me an hour and a half. I did order, I hope, a big enough truck, but then I realized, shit, the schools are out on Mondays again. So fingers crossed we have enough food to supply us through Tuesday. I think we will, but I don't know. But yeah, it was pretty awful. So, and it was made even worse by the fact that I woke up today and it was like, oh, it's Valentine's Day. It's like I didn't know until I genuinely did not realize it was Valentine's Day until I went into work. So anyway, it was bloody awful. That's this candy here is not bad. This candy here is not bad. Alright, what about yours, Troy? How's yours? Hopefully better than mine. Let's see. Nice. Spent the whole day. Nice. Nice. Like I said, I had to work all day, which is fine. I'm in charge every Saturday night. Every Saturday night now. And I have new duties at work, which I may or may not be getting a pay bump for. So Saturday nights, though, are my consistent nights. Sorry, I'm just reading this post from Aerosoft regarding the update on the 340. And yet, regarding the status of the A340, it's getting better and better. We have finalized many things, and looks promising. We will get a version that is ready to go very soon. I cannot give you a precise date, as the developers and the beta team are ironing out many issues. As soon as the list is short enough, we can set up a release date. What I can say is that most of the system features are complete. The main focus right now is improving the 3D models and animations, which some of you even noticed from the screenshots we shared there. Progressing as expected in beta. We'll start by producing a trailer next week, which means a release date will be very soon. As other products, as with all of our other products, we will send them out to content creators, news outlets, and influencers within the next 2 weeks. Damn. There are questions. Okay. I don't give a shit about any builds. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about any builds anymore. I made myself very, very clear. I am done. I'm straight up done with any builds. Their aircrafts are absolute dog shit. I find that they are kind of ripping people off. I'm sorry. I'm done. I am done with any builds. I will no longer be giving any builds any more of my money. Yep. Exactly. They've already done it for the 340, 300. And they've also done it for the A350 as well. Yeah, any builds can stick to the scenery. That's what they do best. Any builds works with scenery really, really well. I will give them that. Could their scenery be a little bit better and a little less performance heavy? Yes, but it does look good, and they do know how to make good scenery. So. I know that Any Shit is working on an A380, and I will not be buying it. I'm sorry, I will not be buying the Anybuilds A380. It will not be. Asking for a good recommendation for Baltimore. The Baltimore best recommendation right now is not the Latin VFR paper. $27 for Vienna. $27. Better be some fucking good scenery. Better be some fucking good scenery for that price. Even bloody Heathrow is only $20. For $27, that is brutal. Still $25. Still that's $25. That is brutal. That is truly brutal. Okay, it better be worth it. It better be worth it. I want good screenshots. No, if there's an airport that you fly in and out, then it might be a bunch. Then it might actually be worth it. So, for X-Plane, I bought Global, or sorry, I think it's Global Force. It's from Orbex. Yeah, I think it goes Global Force from Orbex. For X-Plane. And I haven't really tested it. I haven't had a chance to test it out, but I've been told it does work better. It does add at least something to X-Plane. I'm kind of tempted to swap out XPME for whatchamacallit, for auto ortho. Let me see here. I think I have a Phoenix update I need to work with. Nice draw. Nice. So I'm just looking at here. The Phoenix. Yep, the Phoenix is a small little update a few weeks ago. I think I installed the other day. Really? You think that explains getting better and better? I'm only just now getting into X-Plane, so I have no clue how bad it was previously. But I can tell you now, visually wise, X-Plane needs a lot of work. Do you use X-Plane? Or I assume that you do use X-Plane. What do you use in order to make it look good? What James has told me to install, which I do run now, is X-Plane Map Enhancement. Use Reshade. All right. Between 12. Let's see here. Now, does reshade actually make it look good? Or make it look better? This is the question. Explain 12. Images. Because if it makes it look... Let's see here. In a type of way. Default on preset. Get that. Now that's a difference. Before. Now that's a small difference. Yeah, I don't know if the X-Plane, I also use map enhancement. Yeah, I use XPME, and then I also I've recently installed and bought the Orbex Global Force. That is what I think it's called. I haven't had a chance to really see the effect of it, although what I can say is. I've noticed that, especially at Gatwick, which is where I kind of tested it out. I was on approaching to Gatwick, I didn't see a single tree. Then I installed a Global Force, and I saw some trees. Though according to Grumpy, who lives around that area, you should not be able to see a road right behind threshold of 08, right? Because of the trees. So I am still missing some trees. But maybe that's just the map, like the airport diagram. Or maybe that's just like the airport map or something. So yeah, let's see here. There's a website for freeware scenery for X-Plane, right? Is it X-Plane TO or something like that? Yeah. The same people who make the FlightSim.to. Let's see. Scenery. Is there anything for Gatwick? No. What about for Heathrow? What about for Eddie? What about for Bergen? Or what about, yeah, let's try Bergen. What about, whatchamacallit? Baltimore. Nope. Nope. What about, Vienna? Nope. Does this even work? it does work. So I need to know. So I have used both the Level Up 737 and the Zibo 737. Which one do you like genuinely prefer? Because I have found myself to much prefer the Zibo 737 as opposed to the Level Up 737. Or already not just, or straight up not fly the 737, which I kind of respect. What I found with the Zibo and the Level Up. What I found for the Level Up is that the Level Up kind of seems, what's the way to put it? It seems lacking in the systems, right? Kind of seems just barely usable systems-wise. Rather, I find that the Zibo is much better on that front. Right. I find that the systems, I find that having the better systems, and especially with the already pretty poor quality of X-Wing graphics, I think I find that the Zibo just works about a little bit better. The other day I did my first VATSIM flight in the Zibo. I did my first VATSIM flight on VATSIM in X-Plane. Did it from Eddy to Gatwick. And it went alright. Small little issue, but small little issue in terms of traffic, but was able to avoid that. Now, do you have any experience with the Tullus A330-900? Because I'm looking at that. I'm looking at buying that potentially this week. Not yet. Yeah, I'm looking at buying that potentially this week. Because I would like a good A330-900. Good A330-900 would be nice. Nice. You know, I found out that there is an A330-800. I learned that yesterday. And I also learned that it is wildly unpopular. Yeah, I've learned that the A330-800 is wildly unpopular, to the point where Airbus only made one of them for the entirety of last year. And there's only ever been 12 ordered. Mainly charter, or not even charter, but bridge people. So that makes sense. That would make sense. It's mainly rich people who have ordered them, including the king or prince of some nation that I cannot even remember the name of. So. But there was one airline who ordered a singular one. That being Air Greenland. They ordered a singular A330-800. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to fly the A330-900. Seems nice. Oh, by the way, you guys heard that Lufthansa is going to retire their A340s here soon. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. And then I think that'll be it for the A340. To be honest, I think that Global might be operating one right now, but that's about it. Wait, is there any update on there on the Global A380? There's still time, Friday. There's still time. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. I think that Lufthansa was like the only main one left. Airlines that operate A346. Let's see here. Alpha Star has one. Azerbaijan has one. Convasa has one, or sorry, has three. European Cargo has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Lufthansa has 5. That are all gonna get retired here soon. Mahan Air, which is in Iran. The bloody Iranians. 5. Priority 1 has 3. Hawaiian Islands has 1. And USC has 1. So there's not that many left. So anyway, is there an update on the Global A380? Don't think there is. So Lufthansa, damn. Meanwhile, the 777s are going on what, 25 years old here soon? Actually, 30 now. Sorry, 30 years old for the 777s. So I'm waiting for Global to actually fly their A380 again. Last I checked, which I was just looking for it. They still haven't even been booked for a slot for a D check for their A380. And for those who don't know what a D check is, it's when you kind of strip everything off the aircraft. You kind of inspect everything. People will crawl inside the fuel tanks, right? Make sure that there's no kind of debris in there. People will look for cracks everywhere. They will anything that's due for maintenance, they'll go ahead and replace. Right now, and then in addition to all that, they'll go ahead and usually put in like a new cabin or something, which is so. But anyway, that is what a D check is. Very, very extensive check. Takes about a month per sorry. It takes at least a month per each aircraft. By the way, I am looking very much forward to Global getting their D check. So I think they've been quiet recently, but I think that's because they haven't had much to say. I mean, they're waiting for their G check. They're parked until that A380 can get their P check. Until that A380 can get the D check, which they're not wrong. The industry can kind of be whatever. The industry can kind of be tough on newcomers, but I think they'll do fine once they get that A380 up in the air. But they have to get that A380 up in the air. But they can't do that until they receive the D check, which they can't do until the industry allows them to. So, I mean, people said that they've been quiet recently, right? Right? I mean, especially after all those YouTubers the past summer did their stuff, but they can't do anything until they get the D check. So, I mean, I know that they've been quiet, and I know that they haven't flown for a while. So, I might have. To be honest, I don't really pay attention to like that side of aviation. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to that side of aviation, unfortunately. I pay attention to the airliner side. By the way, does anyone know if Boeing's still on track to do the 777X next year? Does anyone know? Grumpy's alive. Grumpy's alive. Managed to get the aircraft upside down with both wings and the tail ripped off. Damn! And here we thought losing an engine was bad enough. But damn. Damn. Both wings ripped off in the tail. January 25th. That is the reason why we don't do stuff while it's snowing outside. That is the reason why they don't fly tiny jets whilst it's snowing outside. So. Damn. Damn. Yet somehow their gear survived by the looks of it. Somehow by the looks of it, that gear survived. Yeah. Well, just remember, they might not actually be clowns, right? But have just had like a really bad situation happen to them, and not been mentally prepared for it, right? Even though that part shouldn't matter, they should be mentally prepared for anything at any time. But that seems about average. Seems about average. Damn. Damn. Six out of 7 people. Damn. Oh, once again, this is why we don't, this is why we don't fly in snowstorms. It's a stupid idea to fly through major snowstorms like that. I mean, I can understand in an emergency, but not in anything else. Not anything else, so. Alright, we're just gonna be headed off. I think he's headed off to Mumbai. Yep, he's off to Mumbai. That would make sense. That would, in fact, make sense. Icing on the wing, but then why wasn't the anti-ice equipment working? Right. Or maybe it was working a bit. Once again, just flying through the snowstorm, maybe it didn't work at all. Or maybe it wasn't working to where it needed to be. Or maybe just the snowstorm overwhelmed it. Other way, we can wait for the report to come out. We can wait for the report to come out. Grumpy is taking off out of Hong Kong. Yeah. Fair. Fair. What was the most recent? Is the final report out on the whatever? Is the final report finally out on the Potomac one? Can you see mid-air collision? No, they have not released the final report yet. They have not. Not yet. No, I know that they said that they were going to here soon. Or did they? Or did they? Don't know yet. To... Damn. Sounds brutal. Sounds absolutely brutal. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. Let's see. We should be getting the report here soon, maybe this week, for the DC crash, which I remember that very, very well. Only happened about 20 miles away from me. I remember that DC crash very well, unfortunately. So. They're blaming the U.S. government for it. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk, you motherfucking idiot. Thank you. You stupid idiot. In case you can't tell, I don't like the AirNots. Heathrow has a is that the airport that that landed at? That's a long runway. That's longer than bloody Baltimore's. Damn. But if icing's the issue, then all the runway in the world's not gonna save them. So all the runway in the bloody world's not gonna save them. Alright, time for me to get the kettle on. ready for a bit of tea. Probably. But even then, it's like you should probably put out some kind of note that says, flight not authorized unless it's for emergency aircrafts or for a good reason. Right? Don't even give them the departure clearance. Say you are being kept here. There's a ground stop effective immediately. Except for priority aircraft. So. What? It's had a SIM crash. Don't tell me. No. Damn. Damn, Angie. Damn. That means it can definitely handle A380s then. Maybe I'll fly my A380 to a Bangor. Wait, I don't have an A380. Damn it. You know, I can't help but think that maybe United or American Airlines wouldn't benefit from an A380. Or even Delta. When I originally saw the headline, I thought this was some small... Yeah. Yeah. It really is. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's not Heathrow, but... I mean, it is, like, still a relatively not crowded airfield, but... Still. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. Currently at flight level 380, set climb at time 8:34 Zulu. It's in about an hour and a half-ish. SVD Baltimore 1116 Zulu. With 18.9 tons of fuel. That gives us about 5 hours to touchdown. Right, how far out are you? Looks of it. Probably. I think I've lost you off my radar. Oh, no, I haven't. You're 60 miles behind me. So if you want to maybe speed up to 8.5, that'll be fine. Alright, let me see here. New kind of turbulence in terms of our location. We are almost halfway across the Atlantic. Almost halfway across. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get some oceanic control. Either Shanwick or Ganda. Ew. 10.6. Ouch. 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 You know, at about 7, you get the insufficient fuel warning, and it takes about a ton to taxi. So it's like your bare minimum is 7. It's like you have to land immediately if you get down to 7 tons of fuel in the 777-200. I know because it has happened to me. It's happened to me. And then just get in the habit of whenever you're crossing the pond, go into SimBrief, tell SimBrief if you want a little extra fuel. I usually give myself at least 6 tons of extra fuel. Today I gave myself about 8 tons. So I'll be landing at Baltimore with 18.9 tons of fuel. So if you want to do it in minutes, that's fine. But I usually do it in tons, just because I know my aircraft, and I know my aircraft very, very well. I know my aircraft very, very well. And I know that if I were to take roughly 18 tons of fuel, then I have enough fuel for a go-around or 2, and then a diversion up to Boston if needed. Which, we have been close to diversion territory before. There's a day that we had a massive storm system that was actually diversion territory. I mean, there is an Emirates at Kennedy. This is the same source. This is the same storm system. Yeah, I understand. I understand. You're learning your aircraft. That's what you're doing. You're learning your aircraft. So. But anyway. There's a day. I think it's back in September. Then Grumpy will probably be joining us here soon. We'll absolutely love you. There's a day back in, I think it's September. There's a massive line of storms all across the East Coast. Okay. Stretching from pretty much all the way down here, almost at Charlotte, all the way up here through Lake Kennedy, right? There's massive line of storms of thunderstorms, right? Our diversion points were Boston or Charlotte. And that's a pretty long diversion from Baltimore. That is a pretty long diversion from Baltimore. That's a pretty big one. Especially considering that today our alternate is Dulles, not Baltimore. So anyway. But diversions, you very rarely go to your alternates with diversions. That's what I found. Right. There was a day we were going. This was recently as well. This was on the portal pole, kind of. It wasn't really on the portal pole. It was during that time though. We were going to Exeter, and I think we had filed for an alternate of. If I'm not mistaken, I think we had filed for an alternate of. Potentially Bristol, but we couldn't see squat. I couldn't see squat, and it's not a Cat 3 runway, so instead of going to Bristol, I actually ended up going to Heathrow. And just because Grumpy was arriving to Heathrow around the same time. Gatwick was I had considered Gatwick, but then I had looked at the meter and I was like, everything looks better for Heathrow. So I went to Heathrow. And then I was really low on fuel, and I may have floated the landing a bit too much. So, but anyway, I always bring enough fuel for diversions. I would much rather have to hold and know that I have enough fuel to divert if I need to, than not. If you know what I mean. So. Alright. Tea time. Tea for yesterday. Today's not a Monday. Working getting my tea. I need to tighten up my microphone mount. So that'll be annoying when I have to do it. When I have to tighten that up inevitably here soon. I see Grumpy is still climbing out of Hong Kong. You know, after I had a nap yesterday, we did go to Hong Kong from Singapore with Grumpy. That's a nice little flight. Oh, it wasn't even a little one, but it was me stability testing after I thought I had fixed my issues. This is us actually stability testing with me fixing my issues. What I did was I actually did a full DDU uninstall of all my drivers, of all my display drivers, and then I went onto then I downloaded the most recent NVIDIA ones for the 4060. So. I was trying to avoid having to go through all that, but you know what? I'm happy that I ended up. I'm happy that I had to. But everything does appear to be working now. Knock on wood. everything remains this stable, which I think it will. I think it will. But morning, Grumpy. Stressful departure out of Hong Kong. Lots of traffic. ATC. Nice. Yeah, I was looking at Passenger Radar and I saw that you were on. So not as stressful as Heathrow. I guess last week it was. That arrival into Heathrow. Then now that separation was too close for comfort, and that arrival was bloody stressful. So Grumpy, I don't know if you saw my message in the Discord, but I got home from work about 3.5 hours ago. Yeah, I got home from work about 3.5 hours ago, and that was 3.5 hours ago. Okay, closer to 4 hours ago now. Booted up my computer, and I realized, damn it, the screen's still not fixed. The resolution's still not fixed. What I did yesterday didn't fix the issue, and so I did actually have to find the DDU tool and actually uninstall the my entire NVIDIA drivers and actually fix everything up. Everything appears to be working now. I did about 5 restarts before the stream, and should be fingers crossed. Everything's fine. So I think so. I'll tell you when we touch down, which our ETA for for Baltimore is 6:18 Zulu. 6:18 Zulu. So, oh, sorry, my bad. Not 6:18 Zulu. 11:16 Zulu. Wrong bloody clock. So I scheduled the stream on this. Sorry, wrong button. I scheduled the stream on this today. I usually do it through here, but for some reason it didn't save my settings, which very, very annoying. It didn't save my settings of ultra low latency. Which there might be a way for me to tell YouTube do this automatically. Anyway, how's your morning go? How's your morning going? How did your day go yesterday? Your day after you and I landed and dealt with scenery? Oh, that might not be a good idea. That might not be a good idea. I have played. What are you trying to do? Get some more frames out of your initiated aircraft? Out of your 350? Speaking of frames, what am I getting right now? With the newer NVIDIA drivers? Damn, I'm getting I'm getting 93 frames per second. Damn. Yeah, you learned from that mistake, didn't you? Yeah, Asobo really needs to fix those menus. They need to, so. My monitor is a 100 hertz panel. So, oh wait, I checked by yourself. Reduce monitor to 120 using frame gen times 3. Nice. So my monitors here is 100 hertz, I believe. These cheapo they may not be perfect, but they're budget, so. TIA from DL. Yeah, I can't do DLSS. I can do frame gen. I can do DLSS frame gen, but I can't do DLSS whatever the stuff is. I just can't. I did test it out, and it has significantly improved, but I can't do. But it just wasn't to my standards, right? Right now, everything is nice and sharp. I'm stuck with the TAA. Now, X-Plane doesn't have any of this shit. X-Plane doesn't have any of this shit. X-Plane doesn't even have frame gen. Which I do suppose is a good thing. Especially if David has anything to say about it. But frame gen, I find frame gen actually useful. Especially at Heathrow. It makes it usable. Might not make it perfect, but it does make it usable. Alright, we got if only DLSS does not make. Yeah, I will give you that. I do get some stutters. Once again, Asobo needs to mask out those screens. They need to mask out those screens for DLSS. Don't see them doing that, though. Unfortunately. Well, I do see them doing that eventually, but not for the foreseeable future. Maybe that's what they should prioritize it on for SU5. Making the sim stable. Making the sim a little bit better. Hell, maybe even adding a way to actually do true PAPI. The true PAPIs in ILS. Maybe updating some of the scenery and everything to have accurate ILS. So would I, and I'd pay good money for that as well. I think we all would. I'd pay good money. I mean, I'd pay a good $100 if someone could come out with like true PAPI and like true ILS, and even hell, if you're able to even adjust the physics in Microsoft Flight Sim to be more explainish. I'd even pay for that. I mean, hell, that can be an extra. That could be an extra cost. But I mean, I'd pay good money for all that. I mean, if you could combine the physics of X-Plane with the default airports of X-Plane, but the visuals of Microsoft, you'd have an unbeatable sim. You'd have a truly remarkable and unbeatable sim. So. Something about the colors. Something about the colors that people show up as. Apparently, I'm red now. Which I have no clue what the colors are on whatever. I said that you're green, but you're always green. Yeah, I saw that she kind of started that conversation. I was like, how do I continue this conversation not on that channel? And then you went and deleted everything. So. So is it official for the 9 of us? 9/10 of us if you know who comes along? Nice weather. Oh dear. Well, yeah. Yep, I see that, Fry. Yep, I know. You are well within your right to do that. So. Yep, you are well within your right to do that. So, and I was actually quietly hoping that you would, because Joanna is at Chatterbox. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. Please strap your seatbelts in as we are about to fly through some turbulence. Thank you. Oh wait, I never turned off the seatbelt signs. Damn it. Didn't need to do that. No, if it'll all this weather will clear out. How much turbulence we have to fly through until then is up for debate. That is interesting. Ah. Yeah. I tend to agree with you, Snappy. I tend to agree with you. Especially since, what, three or four of us only know how to do oceanic VETSIM? So. Yeah, I think only, what, 3 or 4 of us know how to do the oceanic part. I think that's about it. Speaking of, we don't have an oceanic control yet. I'm kind of surprised. Especially with how many people are crossing. Fry, I'm showing you 56 miles away from me. Fry's in the company 772. Well, we're flying as BA. Though I'm in the AirNott livery. Fry's in the aircraft right behind him. So we were going to do it yesterday, but then something work was so horrendous I needed to sleep. So yeah, You may join, but you said you're going on Dulles, right? Because if you're gonna join, then I want to know. Yeah. If you're join, that would help. That would help. That would help if you would let me know. Dulles to Vienna. Yeah, what I thought. So, it's not Baltimore Heathrow. We are almost halfway across the ocean. So, now, Fry, you better not fall asleep this time, or you better not forget to do you know what? So. You better not leave your sim in the... Oh, good. You'll be alright. Okay, I'm trusting you this time. I'm trusting you. Oh, that'll help. So... That requires you to stand. Interesting. So I have no clue how big my paycheck is going to be this week, but if it's big enough, then I'm actually going to build my enclosure. And then these will get moved up here. And I do have a $50 Home Depot gift card around here somewhere. That'll help me out with being able to afford that. But it's very reliant on how big my paycheck is. I think it'll be big enough, but I can't make any guarantees. So. Most likely. But I don't know. So I filmed most of the filming, or sorry, I did most of the desk without filming it. But I did enough of it to film, or to make the video out of, but I never got around to it. Maybe I still will make that video, but I don't know. You know, this is like 3 months back. This is probably during the time I made that, made the desk. I put a little short out on how I'd like to deal with extension cables, and about 15 idiots commented on that, saying, "Don't do this, it's bad for the cable." It's like, putting the cable in a 5-gallon bucket's not bad. It's not going to do nearly half of what you say it's going to do. Calling it weak for not dealing with the cables myself. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not a professional construction guy, I'm sorry. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not a professional carpenter or anything. I'm a person who sells chicken, who does do decent lawn care, and who absolutely hates how every single time they go to bust out an extension cable, it gets tangled. So, exactly. So, that's this desk. I feel like I made a few mistakes in a few places. Mainly with the legs. Because if you look, the legs are a tiny bit crooked, but I'm not going to fix it. So. But I might, maybe I might, or I might not, or I might not, no, I might just, go after it. Maybe I'll do a time lapse or something. Maybe I'll figure out a way to do time lapses on on my iPad or something. I don't know. I don't know yet. What's the weather this week if I were to do it? If I were to do it this week, what's the weather? Oh, great. Rain expected today. Oh, great. Thursday and Friday, rain. Damn it. Oh, he's dreaming today. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. He is. He is. I'll be going to bed after this, by the way, unfortunately, because I have people coming over later. Damn, it's been a minute since I last flew with him. It's been like 2-3 weeks at least. So. Oh, so do I. So do I. So do I. Speak ascension to Fernando. I'm yet to retest that. I'm yet to test whether or not it's the freeware scenery that we have that makes it less challenging. So you're not alone, Fry. You're not alone. That was absolutely stunning. The issue is stands. The issue is stands. So. Well, that was like with very little fuel, but yeah, no, SPFN. I've gotten the 777 out of whatchamacallit, out of Gulf Mike Tango, and although it is tight, it is doable. It is doable. The 777 is extremely versatile when it's a light. I'm not gonna say it's as versatile as a 172, but it's not far. It really isn't far. Now I haven't tried landing in Gulf Mike Tango with the 772. I've done takeoffs though. Oh, actually, I have tried landing, but I couldn't see the airport. I tried it the other day, right after that SPFN. Go in whatever. So. But it's not it's not that airport. That's the issue. It's the Falklands. That's the concern. Because in Microsoft Flight Sim you only got like 4. Right? Sorry, you only got like 2 or 3 stands. So. Good. Yeah, no one's flying them right now. It's like, and I don't blame people for not flying the 737. I really don't. I'm really not a big fan of the 737, so I don't blame them. You guys cutting the citation next because it's still showing up on whatchamacallit. Still showing up right there. I know you guys were saying that it was gonna get the cut though. Net's cut. But yeah, okay, let's see here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of these can probably just straight up go. Right. You got a step climb in 1 hour? I got a step climb in 2. I got a step climb in 2. But I'm heavier than you somehow. Oh wait, I know why I'm heavier than you. Because I went into Simbrief and gave myself an extra 8 tons of fuel. in addition to my less than default settings. So 11 are freighters. What? All good. All good. All good. Let's see, so out of the top 20. An extra 1,500 kilos. Yeah, no, so, Fry, that's one of the things about the 777. 500 kilos does make a difference. 1,000? Now that makes a difference. 1,500? Right, the margins here are different than the A320s. So. Yeah, when it comes to the 777, if I bring myself an extra 8 tons, I'll be fine. So, alright, so let's see here. So, out of the top 20, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Damn. So. Damn. What? And a lot of them are freighters as well. So, damn, Grumpy, you're not wrong. Yeah, I feel like at the very least these 4 here can go. So, there's an A319 stuck at Madeira. There's 319 stuck at Madeira. Maybe I'll steal that A319 one of these days. I feel like the A319 that we have stuck at Madeira can... I feel like someone could probably move that. Maybe I'll take that to, back to Portugal one of these days. Back to, Lisbon. Or maybe Grumpy, if you want to do that, maybe you can. I mean, people do genuinely fly to Madeira because of the challenging approach. Maybe I'll do that positioning flight here one of these days. Roger, Fry. See you in a bit. All right, what's the situation at Kennedy? So, Grumpy, has it been decided who's gonna do the scheduled route for Tuesday? And actually, where am I gonna have to park this tonight? Gonna park this at Echo 1. Gonna park this one at Echo 1. If it's gonna be if one of us if we want to use an aircraft that's already on the ground at Baltimore, then it's going to have to be me, I guess, to do the scheduled route. Because I'll probably be the only one in the 772. Oh shit, I forgot about my tea. Still hot. So hot. But I mean, if it's gonna be David, though, then you guys are gonna have to move a freighter, as I do not have the freighter. I do not have the 77 freighter. Which really, the 777 freighter is just a 777-200 LR. It's all it really is. And by the way, the difference between the 777-200ER and the 777-200LR is the LR has different wings. The LR is a little bit newer and has different wings on it, which allow it to have a bit better fuel efficiency. Yeah, so that it's not nearly as common. So. Oh wait! Oh! We can do scheduled packs and cargo. That's news to me. That is news to me. I thought it was just the packs route. That is news to me. No, it is only scheduled. There's not one for Baltimore, unfortunately. So I'm not seeing one for Baltimore. Just gonna cheat it, be like, here's a scheduled route for Tuesday, and then yeah. We can try it. We can try it. Just gonna cheat it, be like, here's a schedule for Tuesday. So nice profit, fair. In that case, I'll probably be in my usual 772. I'm flying the I think it's the GE one of the GE ones anyway. Let's see here, which one am I in right now? No, it's in the Rolls Royce. It's in the Rolls Royce. The Rolls Royce one. That one's mine. Nice to have my Rolls Royce back. I can take more packs. So the 777-200 and 300. The 300 has a longer thing. It has a longer fuselage, so the 300 can take more packs. With that said, though, there's a but to that, and that is because the tail of it extends a little far. Just in terms of space, it might not be ideal. But we can work around that if we need to. The tail of the 300 though does extend a little bit beyond what I consider to be. It's still a good idea, but it extends a little beyond where I'd exactly be say that this aircraft fits, if you know what I mean. That's what they have done the 777-300 plenty times in and out of Baltimore, and so is BA in real life as well. So if I really need to go to Baltimore, try to get a picture of that Dreamliner landing one of these days. I really need to get over there. There's a little park off 33 left. Actually, I'll pull it up in Earth. No, just like my last name. Whatever. No, wait. My last name is already on that, so whatever. Um, there's a little park right here. Been to it a few times now. But stuff like the channel logo, that's where I got those photos. The one issue here is that parking is usually pretty damn horrendous. But when aircraft are landing 3-3 left, damn, it's ever so beautiful. So about 30 minute drive at max, depending on traffic. So, but not that far. Depending on the day, I have gone at 3 a.m. to pick up my dad from Baltimore, and it took me about a 20-minute drive. About it. So really not too far away. Not considering that Dulles is nearly a 2-hour drive. Bloody Dulles. In Dulles, you have to deal with bloody DC traffic. You have to deal with bloody DC traffic when arriving into Dulles. And now that can get horrendous. Because there's like a line between Maryland and Virginia, and you better not cross that line, because that's where all the traffic is. Because DC drivers are the absolute... Okay, I'm not going to say they're as bad as New York, because I haven't been up to New York, but they're pretty damn horrendous. They're pretty damn horrendous. Actually, but anyway, I've gone to Baltimore. Actually, I have some really good images. May as well pull them up. Yeah, I've gone there at 3 a.m. to drop off my dad before. Gone there. Of course, I've flown out of there a few times now. So here, I have some good images from 3-3 left. Actually, one of them I need to add as my channel thing. So there you go. So there's that same 777. So we all know that famous photo. Different angle, edited it. So shot from the same park. So yeah, actually, I may as well. Give me a second. Let me should have some other ones. They might actually be on my. They might be on here, unfortunately. Oh, wait, I might have lost them actually. But anyway, wrong button. There's one of an Icelandair 737 landing at Baltimore. The only other, I think they're the only other, aside from maybe Copa, for international airlines at Baltimore. Not including all the freighter ones, not including FedEx, but yeah. There's an American 737. All from that park, but then even more special. My dad was I think so. I actually think I have no clue where the I don't know where Icelandair flies, but I think Keflavik. So anyway, I went to a little park. Well, that's right. No, this one So my dad was on this plane. He went over to LA for a work trip, and it was a windy day. It was a really windy day. But they weren't landing on runway 33 left. They were landing on 28. So I drove a little down the street. Drove down the street, made the turn. And over here there's a nice little Starbucks, right? There's a nice little field over here. And that's where I was able to get a photo of my dad's plane landing. This is not too long. This was only last year as well. Last June, I think. And then we have a Spirit. That absolutely stunning A321neo. Absolutely stunning. The A321neo with the mask. Absolutely stunning. By the way, this airline, Spirit, somehow still in business. Spirit is kind of known to be the Ryanair over here, but I think they're going under. I unfortunately think that Spirit is going under. But yeah, no, lovely stuff. I need to get down to Dulles one of these days if I can find time. But more importantly, I do need to watch a British Airways 787 land. To include, please. Yeah, you guys gotta include the mask on that. I'll be very disappointed in David if he does not include the mask on the 320, especially on the 321 Neo livery. I will be very disappointed if he does not include that. Alright, let's see. Look here. Yep. Alright. Done with looking, so. Yeah, I would be disappointed with David if he doesn't include the mask. To be honest, every aircraft should have the mask. It makes it look so stunning. It makes it look so stunning with the mask. Yeah, but Baltimore's a nice small airport. Well, it's not small, but it's a nice little airport. It's not always small, but it's a good one. It's a good one. I mean, yeah, if you need to get to Heathrow, they do daily flights, daily evening flights. Better than going through DC traffic to Dulles. Which I have landed. I did land at Dulles in that A3 that one time, and that drive back was 2 hours. Even though you could draw a line off Baltimore and go to Dulles and be there within 5 minutes. It's like a 30 mile away thing. It's tiny. It is so tiny I could accidentally divert to Dulles when the conditions are bad. You could accidentally divert if you not know what you're looking at. So. All right. What's the current METAR for Baltimore? I think it's quite warm. Yeah, it's warm for Baltimore. It wind 280 degrees, 3 knots, 10 statute miles visibility. That's another thing that actually I'm gonna put this in the Discord real quickly. Real quickly. For those who who are unfamiliar, the SM in the METAR in the US stands for statute miles. I'll quickly add that to the Discord. Anyway, we're looking at 10 statute miles visibility. View 170, broken 250. Temperatures is 02 dew point -3 altimeter 3007. Okay, looking fine so far. Looking fine. Actually, we're doing it at 6:30. We might get a little daylight. We might get a bit of a sunrise rival. Might just that. But anyway, I think we'll plan for 3-3 left. Plan for Arnav Zulu. 3-3 left from Key. So Grumpy, when you came in to Baltimore last week, what approach did you use? Did you go with the Arnav Zulu? Just curious. Or did you go with the ILS? I usually go with the Arnav Zulu because it's fun. Damn, you missed out on an opportunity there. You missed out on a fun Madeira-like opportunity. Yeah, you missed out on a bit of an opportunity there, Crumps. The reason I didn't do it the other day, though, was wasn't wrapping via the right arrival. Figured, we got the ILS going straight in. May as well use the ILS. I always go with... whenever I can, I'll go with the Arnav Zulu. Because it is kind of Madeira-like, in a sense. It's not, it isn't 100% like Madeira, but the circle, it is kind of circle land. So, fair. I encourage you, if you end up back at Baltimore, to do the Arnav Zulu. It's a you turn If you do it right, then it shouldn't be that much. It shouldn't be that much of a churn. It shouldn't be that type of a churn. No. Every time I think of the ILS, think of that one idiot controller who told me to maintain 180 knots till 5 mile final. I was like, no, I cannot do that. I'm sorry, I cannot do that. That was worse than Heathrow last week. It's like I told him unable. I told him straight up unable. And like the funny thing is that I had just finished like watching those clips of that British Airways 747 pilot, those YouTube shorts. That BA 747 pilot getting told maintain 180 knots till 5 mile finals. It's like, cannot do that. It's like passive aggressive at its best. So I said this before. The 777 limits. Yep. I usually when I do RNAV, which you'll see later on. Usually, what I'll aim for 160. I'll try to get everything down, and I'll try to get fully configured for landing by the time I make that turn, with the exception of maybe the speed. The speed I might do 180, or I might do 160 until I'm actually like established in a way. But yeah, I'll be taking the RNAV again, as I usually do. And I will happily take that RNAV. RNAV in the 777 is fun. Actually, not as fun as it is. It's not as fun as it is in the 320s. Though I will give Airbus this. Airbus actually, it feels like the Airbus system's like acknowledged as if RNAV's not perfect. Rather, with Boeing, it just feels like as if they don't. So, for example, in Boeing's, the RNAV's kind of done through this, right? Through this like little purple icon. Yeah, I tend to agree. Anyway, in the with RNAV approaches, they're done via this little purple icon here, and then of course you'll get another one up here. Rather, it feels like Airbus gives you like an actual box. It feels like Airbus acknowledges, and just like constantly reminding the pilots, this is an RNAV approach. It's not meant to be perfectly dead on. Make sure you have visual with the runway. Rather, Boeing, it just seems like they don't really acknowledge that. So, alright, now's a good time for the flight control check, or for a not flight control check, but mid-flight check-in. We have step climb in an hour and 45. Or sorry, in about an hour and a half ish. Current Baltimore time is 2:11. Expecting Baltimore 11:25. So that's 6:45. Sorry, 6:30 ish my time. Am I doing that math correctly? Yeah, I think I am. 5 hours behind. Yeah. 4 hours, Estimating Baltimore with 18.3 tons of fuel on board. Right now we got 42.9. Right now our optimum flight level is where we are at 381 with a max of what? Why are we and why is it recommending flight level 400 now? Don't know why that is. Your ETF at Mumbai is 11:45. Damn it. Damn it. You're gonna miss our landing then. Yeah, maybe I can increase speed a little. 8.6. What did that do? That'll knock some off. And of course I'll try to make. Of course I'll try to maintain high speed during our descent. Yeah, I'll go 8.6 actually because that will help us out a little. Well, that'll help us out a little at the cost of a tiny amount of fuel. I'm gonna go up to 400 now because, well, should I? Should I go up to 400 now or should I wait? Double check on it in 20 minutes. If it still recommends 400, then I'll go up. But our optimum in terms of fuel is 8.1. So, I'm going to knock on wood, these NVIDIA drivers are good. Are decent for flight sim. I told Dad to I actually did the whole process that you recommended. But I didn't install the existing ones again. I installed the new. I installed the latest ones. So I'll after this flight, I'll tell you, assuming we make it there, which I think we will at this point. I'll be able to let you know if these updated NVIDIA drivers are good enough for flight sim. Of course, I'll say that whilst also acknowledging that you have a very different system than I do. That you have the 5090 and I have a 4060. So, but I think they're good. I think they're good enough. Though, I'll have to wait until we land. Is it really showing choppy? Is it stream appearing choppy for you? I don't know. I have a weird feeling that it is. It is. It's looking a little choppier than it should be. Because this is like perfectly smooth for me. Maybe it didn't used to be that way, but okay. Actually, I have a theory. Actually, I have a theory. I have a theory on why it might be looking ever so slightly choppy on my end. That is 22. theory on why it looks a little choppier than usual. Hertz. Yeah, okay, it looks better. Look, I think it looks a little better now. I think it does look a little better. Alright, so what I just did there is what I put this monitor back here, where the one they have OBS running on. That one. I've set that back to 60 hertz. I think I put it at 75 hertz when I went to reset up video control panel for today. But I think it usually runs at 60. And yeah, it looks a little bit better now. Looks a little sharper. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It looks a little bit better. That is a thing on my end then that I have to remember to yeah, I if I don't, yeah, I've had that happen. Well, okay, I didn't have that happen because I knew about it, but I thought it was kind of weird that Hong Kong was using feet, sorry, using meters instead of anything else. I find I did have that happen to me, kind of. Them giving me meters, not feet, in flight level. Yeah, that's happened to me. Yeah, it's very, very weird. See here, is there a way to switch from feet to meters over here? Don't think there is. I don't think this 777 has a button for that. Yeah, I don't think so. That's what I did. I that is actually what I did. So that is what I did. I did grab a. Oh, actually, no. I was flying the bus, which the bus has a way to convert. So the bus has a weird way of converting, I think. Or of putting it on the bottom of the screen, kind of. Just kind of match it. I forget where it is. I think if you're on the MCP somewhere. Yeah, 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 exactly. Don't think this does though. Though it might be somewhere. MCP, FCU, same part of the aircraft, different names. In the 777, we call it the MCP. Same thing with the whatever. Same thing with the whatever. The 737. But no, I know on the buses, I think it's the whatever. The Boeing. The Boeing. Well, actually, there should be a way. There should be a way. Let's see. Is there a way I can stop my plane from tweaking with the alternate uplink? You shouldn't be getting any alternate uplinks. If you have your flight plan inserted already, Fry, you shouldn't be getting any. Yeah, you'll have to send me a screenshot of what you're looking at. See, there might be a way to turn that on first. Looking. Oh. Do you have your wind data by chance? So that's FMC com wind. Yeah, all in there. Fry is flying the 772 right behind me for one of his first times. Good. You have your VNAV data in? Including your performance page? You know where to get the reserve fuel? FinRes in your LFP? By the way, just for your planning, currently I'm planning Trish 4, RNAV Zulu 33 left from Key. And the Trish 4 is via the Noogie. It's via the Noogie transition. I'll show you what that looks like. I know you have plenty of time, and I know that there's plenty of chances for it to change. But show you what I am planning for right now. Oh, you're going with the ILS. That's no fun. All right, here's that looks like. To be honest, Fry, I just hand fly RNAV approaches in this thing. I hand fly most of them. It's really hand fly the aircraft from a turning flap, but yeah. But our RNAV approaches will be done via V now. Also, a new guide for RNAV approaches if you want to watch that real quickly. But yeah, I hand fly most RNAV approaches. So, but anyway, this is what the RNAV Zulu from Key looks like. Get right Key to Lab P to Giraffe to land. So really, you sure you were on the? See. Yeah, no, there's. Unless you went for 2.8. Three. Oh wait, no. I think I know what you did now. You went from ropes to direct to splat. Hopefully you don't go splat. Sorry, I couldn't resist there. Did you go direct from ropes to splat? And skip out on the hook waypoint? Joined it from hook. Yeah, Splat sets you up on, I think, a 10-mile final. Or, no, it's a 6-mile final. What? Am I being blind there? Thought Giraffe set you up on a 5-mile final, but no. 4-mile final. Yeah, it's a 7-mile final-ish. Welcome aboard, Angel. Flying from London Heathrow to Baltimore. Yeah, I don't do Hook either. I do not do Hook. I think I've only done Hook twice. And then I just found out that we had an RNAV approach. So. Not real life, but in the sim we are flying the 777-200 as usual. Because it is my favorite aircraft to fly. Because it's my channel, I can fly whatever aircraft I like, and I personally love the 777-200. It's a nice aircraft. It's a nice big aircraft, nice versatile. Oh, I aim to. Though I don't think we're gonna get a 10 out of New Sky, unfortunately. But I say that, and then I get a 10. I think that takeoff was a little off center line. Unfortunately. Yeah, what did that takeoff look like? Damn, Brian. Damn. You didn't have to be that brutal with it. The 200ER. So not the not like the long one, but the one with the ever so slightly shorter fuselage. With the or not in the LR either, with the different wings. It's the 200ER. So yeah, I think I might have had an off-center line takeoff out of Heathrow. Unfortunately. Oh, shots fired, Big Grumpy. Shots fired. Yeah, I have a weird feeling that New Sky might bash us for the off-center line takeoff, even though it was a 14-knot crosswind. It's a 12 to 14-knot crosswind departing out of Heathrow, so. Yeah, so Baltimore, so just north of DC. Just north of DC. So, right, so here's Baltimore. Here is Washington DC. Here's Dulles. Here's where all the here's Reagan. Here's Andrews. Here's Washington DC. Here's Lincoln Memorial and all the other bullshit that's in DC. Here's Baltimore. Here's Philly, and obviously New York is all up here. So, and I live out in this area over here. Won't reveal where, but yeah. And then here's lovely Baltimore, and we're gonna be taking Echo 1 today. So we're gonna spoil your assigned stand with Boeing oils and Boeing fumes. If you want me to reassign you to a different stand now, I can. Sorry. Speaking of Baltimore, this here is what Baltimore looks like from overhead. Here is. So I've seen a 747 at this stand here. I've seen 777s actually at these 3 stands here. And then of course we have the nice big FedEx terminal. You know what, actually? You know what I'm going to do? Cannot believe I just thought of this. You see the issue here? I have David right here. David is actually flying cargo. I'm gonna move David over here. I'm gonna quickly move David over here. Yeah, why is it not allowing me to move Clark's little name tag? There we go. Morning, Evader. I'm gonna move David just so he can be over there. And Clark. Clark and David. So. Just like David can actually have the. Oh, maybe. Fine. Fine. You bring up a good point. So. You bring up a good point. So. I am alright, Aviator. I'm alright. By the way, I'm going to plan for 7 departure instead of 6:55. Yeah, so I think my takeoff out of Heathrow is a little off in line. So. Oh, good. Good. So if there's no ramp / ground control when we go, well, for all of us, I'm going to recommend we all announce push. So, I'm going to recommend we all announce push because of the crowded 3 taxiways that we're going to all push on. It's 3 or 4 taxiways. Of course, you don't have to. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to officially. You don't have to say push, but recommended. So. But yeah. So I'll announce push. We'll kind of treat it as Heathrow in a way, I guess. Yeah, for that wind at Heathrow, that was a 12 to 14 knot crosswind. So I hope that New Sky doesn't bash us for that. But then New Sky doesn't do like anything for like challenging takeoffs. So I don't know. But I feel like I've had worse than that. So. Yeah, no one should block us. So I have it set in a way so. Right, here if we go back over here. So, first Max, it's Joanna's obviously departing an hour earlier than everyone else. So, Max, you'll push, then you'll taxi off, right? And then Flyhawk will push. He'll taxi off, right? And then for all the 7 o'clock people, so that's me, David, and Linus. So Linus will do his weird pushback procedure. I think it's a push and pull procedure there. Right, so last thing we'll do is thing over here. After Flyhawk moves, David will push, and then I'll also push. And then Clark can probably push at 7 if he wants to, because Echo 5 doesn't actually push onto Charlie Lima. And then I think Grumpy and Grumpy and James are last. So. Yeah. Max, I think you were here, but that separation into Heathrow. Grumpy didn't get an official landing clearance. Grumpy got land after the 777 vacates. That 777 being me. And what was even worse is that I actually was able to vacate a little sooner. But the aircraft arriving, the aircraft that had landed before me, hadn't cleared where I was gonna vacate, so I had to taxi down the runway a little bit more, and that's when the air traffic controller's like, Speedbird 36 Romeo, vacate the runway, please. Traffic right behind you. It's like, I can't vacate there. I'm trying to. But by the way, Grumpy, I have gotten that into Heathrow before. I've gotten land after the aircraft vacates the runway. So. Really? They sent the guy behind you around? Really? Damn. I mean, I saw the one go around Heathrow, but I didn't know that the guy behind you had to go around. Damn. Damn. That really was horrendous. I mean, of course, I saw the one guy do an absolute bang-up job of floating the aircraft and going bloop, 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 and then go around. I saw that one go around, but didn't know that the guy behind you had to go around. Damn. Did I record that? I might have. Yeah. Let's see. When was that? When was that? No, that wasn't that. Wasn't then. 21.5 gigs. Damn. All right, that was. What's this? I think it was. No, but it wasn't. Don't think it was anyway. No. No, I can't remember. Was it? Don't think I streamed. I don't think I recorded it actually. It was this past Tuesday, right? That would have been the 10th. Yeah. Don't think I recorded it. Yeah, here I was struggling in the level up. Yeah. There's that day. And then there was that one I had some issues. Was this? I might have been this. No, that was X-Plane. Yeah, I don't think I did record it then. It should have in here. By the way, a lot of these are like 20 gigabyte files. Holy, I didn't realize that I was that close to being out of storage. And that's just from this year, by the way. Maybe a 15 terabyte hard drive is in my future. And yes, I have 4 drives in my system, by the way. I have 4 drives and 1 dedicated to X-Plane because X-Plane is so freaking massive. You know, I'm gonna. Were you? Did you see that? Go around. I guess there's like 2 behind you then. At Heathrow, I'm trying to find it, just to show everyone how horrendous that landing was. Let's see, Baltimore Heathrow. Here we go. Here we go. This was Tuesday. Oh, someone's actually announcing stuff on Ucom. Give it to them. You know, there's a there's a landing that was after I had arrived. That was horrendous. What did you do, Fry? What did you do now? Here, let me see if I can't. Where was that? Oh yeah, it's that guy. Is that guy right there? Is it really never? So he had bounced once, and then he had bounced again. And then that's when he finally went around. So you goofed in your step climb. What do you mean you goofed in your step climb? Let me help you out. Speaking of, yeah, it's still recommending 400. Then I'll step climb here soon. So with step climbs, all you have to do is turn this little dial and then hit it. That's all you have to do for step climbs. And it'll automatically update your FMC. Oh. No, someone announced their step climb here. So someone is actually doing their due diligence and not just step climbing out of the blue. company. I think 777-200 as well. I think there's like 3 or 4 of us. When we departed Heathrow. Of course, I led the pack. The pack of British Airways 777 departures. Yeah, I know. No, what I meant is someone is actually doing their due diligence with announcing step climbs. So am I, actually. So am I. But actually, I can't say that I am. You know, it would be nice if someone could develop a thing to where I wouldn't have to, like, come over here and be in, like, a really awkward position. Right? What you could do is you could, I wish someone would come out with, like, a text button, right? So, or you actually, like, have to press buttons, and you can easily put in your, what you're doing in chat, right? You could easily do it, right? So you could say, like, Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22, Bravo, heavy, 2 mile final, or short final, 27 left, for example. And you could just do that with like a mouse and be like, click, 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 send, right? I should program the MCD. That might not be a bad idea. That might not be a bad idea. So, right, and you could like, I know that there's like 1,000 airports out there, right? So what you could do is you could make it like relevant to, like, your actual flight, right? So you're doing Baltimore Heathrow, right? You have in terms of like airport selection, right? You could have like Heathrow or Baltimore, right? Depending on where you are, right? And be like, and like you could say your arrivals and everything, and do it really quickly. You know what I mean? Would be cool if someone could program that. Someone smarter than me. Alright, I need to turn to the restroom real quickly. Be back in a few moments. returned. The stream, the audio streams. Let's see here. The audio stream's bit rate is lower than the recommended. Wait, what? You guys can hear me, right? Oh wait. It says stream health is excellent. Maybe that's just because I went on mute for a bit. When you start your descent at top descent, put it in that's smart. That is actually really smart. Damn, that is smart. But my one issue is, well, you could just right click. Can you right click on Big Pot? You can. Yeah, that's one thing I do need to fix or figure out. So the way I have stuff set up, right? So I have keyboard and mouse right here. Okay. Yoke right here. Obviously tiller, side stick, stuff over here, and all of this stuff here, right? And then I have a mouse. I have an extra mouse over here. What that means is when I come over here, or sorry, what that means is when I'm like on Final Approach, right? I'm set like right here. Now I have to like do this like weird stretch over here to type stuff up. So it is kind of ever so slightly annoying. Speaking of stretching. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Grumpy 3D modeling software is not that heavy on the computer, right? I don't think it is. Sorry, this bloody mount here keeps getting loose. I'm gonna. I have a 3D printer over there. Gonna just design something real quick because, and then I'll print it later. Maybe today I'll actually try to get the 3D printer back up and running. So did mine, Fry. So did mine. I'm not gonna lie. Where's my I'm trying to visually scan the room for my caliper. It's not. 1 second. Ouch. I appear to have lost my Actually, I think I might know what it is, actually. New Zealand bin. Probably not this one, probably the other one. You guys want to do a little bit of a live whilst we're at cruise? 3D modeling. So that's what I'm about to do because whatever. Cannot find them. I have to order a fresh one. I was gonna say we were gonna do some live 3D modeling, but I can't find my caliper to do it, so I actually picked up my caliper from a grocery store, actually, if you can believe that. From a Lidl as well. Well, that hurts. That hurts. I'll have to find it later then. Okay, so what I was going to do is the mount for this keeps getting loose. I don't know how well y'all can see this. The mount for this down here for the microphone keeps coming loose. And I'm at the point now where I can just, maybe I should just build my own. But if I can't find the tool I need to use to model it, then there's no point. No, it's not there. It's not even in the drawer right behind me. It's probably somewhere else throughout this mess. Alright. Well, in that case, I won't do that. We are 2 waypoints away from being done with Oceanic, so. School issued Chromebook. I thought I banned those things. I thought I banned those things. Keyword being I. Oh wait, I did. Doesn't mean the school systems banned those. Okay, my school system went and they decided to give out a bunch. And I got one. I gave it to my sister. That thing was so much worth of junk. I gave that thing to my sister because that thing was slow as dirt. I mean, I couldn't use it. It was useless. But in fairness to me, it's not like I don't have 3 laptops laying around. I have this guy, which is, I'm using as a 2-in-1. I have my my Lenovo somewhere. Lenovo's right there. And I have another one around here. Oh, the iPad. I have the iPad. Fry, we are almost done with Oceanic. And I'm going to do my step climb in a moment. Oh, Gatwick Ground's online. Anything for Baltimore? No. Not surprised it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. on a Saturday. Who wants to be up at that time? No one. Precisely no one. Who wants to be up at 7 o'clock on a Saturday? Or sorry, on a Sunday? No one. Alright, I might spend like 5 minutes looking for it. Looking for that, just so I can do something and where I'm useful. Okay, you're not wrong about that. With the 3 aircrafts that are on the ground at Fort Worth. 3 aircrafts is what they're providing all that services for. They got more HTC than aircrafts. Damn. They get the 3 aircrafts and the 3 pre-files. Alright, tell you what. Give me 5 minutes. We're gonna go look for exactly. Alright, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go look for that caliper because I kinda need it. I'll be back in a moment. Found it. Found it. Found it. So, all right. So it's in here. Is a caliper. I'll be amazed that this thing still works. It's been ages since I last used it. It gets batteries dead. Damn it. Damn it. Its battery's dead. I think in the same box I might have a battery for it. I don't. Oh, this batteries are over. Or will it? Or will it? It is a small orb. Then it should be battery, but. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out a way to make it work. I'll figure out a way to make it work. Yeah, considering that battery is definitely dead. Don't you just love these circular batteries? They go into about 15,000 different sizes. And they all suck. There are these things here that I probably shouldn't do, but don't have another choice. Little roll of tape just until I can get a battery for it. Now. Is that in the X in the Discord? Is that Grumpy putting stuff in? Nope. Oh, fine. I'll just tape it in place while I use this one. Buy the bloody battery for it. Alright, there we go. Zero that out. There we go. There we go. Fusion 360. Fusion 360 time. If it'll launch, which it will. There we go. Great sketch. By the way, everyone, this is how you 3D model. First, create a sketch. You want it to be fully defined. So what I'll let's see here. I'll create a rectangle first. All right, anything will work. Let's see here. Now this is where the measuring comes out. Let's see. Everything's in millimeters, right? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Yeah. 22 millimeters. Do 22 millimeters, and then yeah. So all you have to do. What I need to do here is I need to add a constraint. Kind of. What I need to do is measure. Kind of. No. Where is it? It's been so long since I had to do this. What I need to do is, where is it? Define. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to make this fully defined, right? Where's that pointer tool? It's been so long. It's been so long. Grumpy. Could use help, Grumpy. Strains. Okay, there should be modify. No, I don't want to modify it. Sketch dimension. There it is. So that needs to be 22 millimeters. Okay, and then in terms of the width, what I'm thinking here is... throw me 70 millimeters. Throw me 70. Right, and so this here is fully defined because we have it centered on that midpoint, right? And we have this knows that it's a rectangle, so all these are 90 degrees, right? And we have dimensions set, so if I wanted to, even if I wanted to, right, I could try to move this all I wanted. I can't. Okay, this is fully defined. Right, now that's all I wanted to do for that. Now what I want to do is I want to extrude this. Oh, what I want to do first is I want to extrude that. How thick was I thinking initially? Am I being an idiot on how to do this? No, I'm not. I'm not being an idiot. I'm not being an idiot. So this initial plate here can be 13 mil thick. Wait, really? Ah, undo. Wait, that's what that looks like? Well, I guess it does. Now I can do is I can go onto any surface here. On a create. What I want to do is here's I want to sketch onto this surface. Okay. And what I want to do now is I want to create a midpoint. So I want to add a point. Create point. Right. So if I were to add a point anywhere, what I have to do is I need to I'm sketching on the right surface, right? Not fine. What I want to do is I want to create solid. Okay, there we go. What I want to do is I want to alright, there we go. So I want to sketch on that. So create sketch. Now what I can do is I can sketch. Okay, what I want to do is create a point on here. Found out how to do. Oh, nice. Is it through the EFB by chance? Alright, create. Alright, what I want to do is this. create sketch on that. There we go. Put a point on there. So now what I want to do is I need to define this point. Oh, actually, there's an even easier way to do this. Well, let's do it the right way. So what I want to do is I want to add a constraint, right? So wait, no. Whatever. So this here is I love how measuring tool does not do anything. It's in FMC. Yeah, what I thought. Something like that. Something in there. There should be another way to do it though. I just don't know it. Oh yeah. Okay, here it is. So it is 70. I'm being an idiot. Close. All right. So now that's where I need to potentially do some stuff here. How wide do I need this center bit to be? Is the question. You know, 20 mil, that works. Oh wait, no, that. $20 mil. Wait, 25 mil. Give me even more than that, actually. Give me 30 mil. That's 35 mil will work. Okay, so what I need to do now is I can sketch a rectangle. Or now what I'm going to do is this rectangle here, I need it to be that there needs to be 35 mil. Okay. But that needs to be aligned with that center point. But that center point is not yet fully defined. So that center point here. Perfect. And then, what did I say this was again? 22. So that means that this here, that center point from there to there needs to be 11. So now that point is fully defined. Okay. Now what I can do is, based on that point, now I can do that. So this is where some math needs to get involved. What is half of 35? 17.5. And boom. So now this rectangle here is fully defined within this. Finish sketch. Now I can extract this. How far out do I want to extract it? That's where the caliper comes in handy. And to extract it a fair amount. Not five. That's not 5 millimeters. Make that another 30 mil. Extrude. Okay. Grumpy with us. Could you just help here? Could you just help there? Here. And I know that Grumpy does a lot of 3D printing. Alright, so that's what I have so far. Why is that? And sketches. Why is that not fully defined? Okay, what's the... Okay, I need to measure this. That's 14 mil. Wait, what? Measure. What's the difference between 22.4 how about there to there? $22.4. Now why did that not look right? Oh wait. That's because it isn't right. Let's back to measure that side. So that that's okay, that's 17. $17.5. All right, doesn't that look off a little? Or am I just losing my marbles? Okay, what's the point from there to there? 17.5. From there to there. Measure from there to there. 17.5. But why does it look off? 'Cause it does look off. That's the annoying thing. It looks off, but the numbers are saying it's fine. Oh, whatever. Alright, where am I going to put these screw holes? I'm going to sketch on that. So what I need to do is I need a center point in there. Why am I not sketching what I think I'm sketching? Create sketch on that. There we go. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to create a hole. For screws. Four diameter hole. Yeah, so 4 diameters, so okay. First off, that needs to be centered. So what is 7? What is 17.5 over 2? 8.75. And then that to there needs to be 11. Okay. In terms of this diameter, that needs to be 4. Okay. Finish sketch. Gotta come over here, create a sketch on that. Once again, same stuff. So create that. Now I know these dimensions. Point 7.5. 8.75. Okay, and then that needs to be 4. Alright, and now what we can do here is I can extrude cut that. Right, so that it's gonna be extrude cut. However far that is, so I'll call that. Right, so now what we have here is now we have a nice hole going through that. extrude. I need to extrude that and extrude cut. There we go. Now what I need to do here is create a sketch. I need to create a sketch on this. So now what I need here is I need a hole. And how big do I need this hole? Now this is where I'm going to have to move this ever so slightly. By the way, let's do first step climb a little bit. Okay, but I'll do it in a moment. Happens when I get a little distracted. Done. Got it. It's 12. Got 13 millimeters. Got 13 millimeters on that hole, but go ahead and actually get that in now. Alright. We have a step climb we have to do, which I've been very, very distracted about. I kept thinking we were going to go after that step climb. First things first, though, let's go ahead and check on traffic behind us. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. There we go. All right. Now I can focus up on this. So that was a 12. 15 millimeters. Alright. I need that, and what I also need for that is I need to define the location of that. Need for that is I need to measure that. So that is 30 mil, which means 15. Now this here, from that should be 1750, I think. Though let me quickly measure this. 35, yep. Seems about right. Finish sketch. Now this. Extrude cut. I messed that up ever so slightly. Extrude cut. Alright. You see it now my bracket's beginning to come together now, right? Now I can just add some fillets to it and make it look good. make a 3mm radius around everything. All right, now this side here. Now this side here, I'm tempted to go extra on these sides to make it look good. All right, what do you think about that for a mount? Doesn't look half bad. Doesn't look half bad, if you ask me. So, we got places for the screws. Right, screws. Boop, boop. Yeah. And that is how you do some 3D modeling for the first time in ages. So. Well, no, because what I do is 3D print it like down, right? The only complicated angle would be the center hole. So, because this here is gonna fit here on this part, on like the 2x4 of the desk. That make a bit more sense. So the only complicated angle to print would be the circle bit right there, which I've done plenty of times in the past. And I'll print it out of a PTEG, which is because that's what I have already loaded up on the printer that I haven't used in 6 months. So. But yeah, so the idea is the mount for this is a circle, right? Screw this to the desk through these two holes, and then this kind of just gets to sit inside of that. And hopefully it holds. Makes sense? Alright, now let me save this before I forget to. File. Save. export. We'll then to Kira. See what Kira does. I'll show you how this is gonna go on the printer. Even though I'm not gonna do it through this computer, I'll do it through my laptop. Because apparently this computer cannot be trusted with any more USB devices. Alright. I will. Actually, you can look right here because Kira is the software I use for the slicer. Your company do you use Kira for slicer? Oh wait, why can I not do that? There we go. Okay, maybe I need to make this holes a little bit bigger. I hope not. Thought whatever. Well, I shouldn't. I should have plenty of screws about. Let's see. Slice. Oh, wait, first. PTEG. Generic. Advise if you use. Stick it in the oven for 5 hours at 60 degrees Celsius to dry. Okay. For 5 hours. What's 60 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? Because we don't have ovens in Celsius. Use bamboo slicer. Ah. I have an Ender 3, not even anything fancy, just like an Ender 3 with the Ender 3 Pro firmware. Where's my phone at? Because I need that conversion. It's I can do the conversion. So 60 degrees Celsius times is it 9/5? I think. Yeah, 9/5 plus 32. 167 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright. Will do. Will do then. So, for 5 hours. So, okay. I will do that at some point in the near future. Though, what would be the consequences if I were to not do that? Out of curiosity. What are just like weaken the strength of? Would it just weaken the strength of the of the plastic, or would it like just not, or would it like not come out correctly, or? What would be the consequence of not? Would it be like a adhesion issue? Sorry, an adhesion issue. So strings. First layer adhesion would be poor, but warping. Okay. Okay. Noted. Noted. I do have a roll of PLA around here as well. So Yeah, I desperately need to get that 3D printer working. Maybe I'll work on that a little today. Or tonight, actually. What time do I need to going to work on Monday? I think I need to go in around the same time I went in yesterday. Yeah, I work 3 to 7:30, which means yeah, I want to go in at 1:30 again to order truck. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna be a little tired on Tuesday, but I'll be fine. I get off of work early and we start late, so I'll be able to take a nap. You can actually hear moisture in the film as it'll click. Ooh. So that's what that noise is. Noted. So I put it in the oven for 5 hours at 170. Thanks for the intro. I used to do a bunch of 3D printing, but then something I didn't have anything to 3D print, but now I have like 3 or 4 things I need to 3D print, including this mount. Yeah, including this mount. Now I have like 3 or 4 things I need to 3D print. Nothing urgent, but still. I can see Linus is flying TUI. Nice. Yeah, I would upgrade my 3D printer, but A, I don't have the money, but B, I just don't 3D print as much as I should. Let me just respond to Max real quickly. Recommend. Good to know that I at least still know how to 3D model stuff. All right, take a look at this flight as we are due in about 2.5 hours. Okay, we are 377 miles from Mills. I believe Mills is our last waypoint. Not the triple. Boo. Boo. Damn. Dover. Damn. Ouch. That sucks. Not even the same state. Frickin' Dover approach on, not Potomac. Boo. Yes, so Mills marks the point where we entered the U.S. and got through the hour. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. Boo on the A350 as well. We really got to get everyone in the chat right now a good 777 to work with. We really do. I'm sorry, guys. Nothing beats a good 777. Nothing. I mean, give PMDG as much hate as you want. Yes, it is. Yes. Yep, Fusion 360 free. I've used everything from SolidWorks, which I did pay for in the past, to oh dear. You should be able to revert back though, Aviator. Anyway, I've used everything from SolidWorks to Tinkercad, or sorry, from Tinkercad to SolidWorks to Fusion 360. I actually learned most of my I learned how to do stuff in SolidWorks, and I just kind of transferred the knowledge because SolidWorks so bloody advanced. So yeah, I did learn a little bit of SolidWorks. And you are. Yeah. And I still do use Tinkercad, by the way. Especially when it comes to like estimating how many materials I'll need for like a project. So like the desk. Actually, let me the model for the desk. Tinkercad is basic, but it allows me to move stuff easily. You got to figure out like I need roughly 3 2x4s for this. There we go. That's what I used to design the desk in. Right. So what I was able to do is I was kind of able to like line everything up. Right, figure this is like roughly the length of a 2x4 right here. Right. Line everything up appropriately. You know? I was able to do that really easily in Tinkercad. That's it though, I'm not going to do that for the enclosure. In the enclosure, I'm just going to raw dog it, if you know what I mean. And I have the enclosure. I have a plan. And maybe I'll do it this week. If not, it'll be another 2 weeks. Unfortunately, it might be another 2 weeks. Grumpy, is your ETA for Mumbai 1206? That's what Vatson Radar is telling me. Sorry, just clearing out my thing here and was noticing. I was just noticing here in this. You're in a Vatson Radar that's saying you're doing 1206, not 11 something. Grumpy, you know I should do one of these days. Some Australian ops. We should go, Darwin, maybe to Sydney. Oh, that would be a long flight in of itself. No, I thought you were doing at around 11. Sorry, I thought you were doing at 11. 11:26. That's some radar telling me 12:06, but okay. Yeah, I have no clue. Oh wait, no, about some. All this is gonna happen after the USA 50 state tour. By the way, is there an update on Speedbird Academy? No. You have to ask Grumpy and David. That's their end of the story. But I think it's a place for us all to hang out while we're cruising. At least that's the way I understand it. I am the person who handles the technical side of things. Grumpy is the person who organizes the timing and organizes who is joining us in the backup plan and all that stuff. You could say that I'm the flight engineer of the whole situation, or more accurately, yeah, throw me the 1000. Throw me the 1000. The 1000. I like the longer body of it. I like the longer body of the 1000, and then with the 1000 more more airlines operate it, I think. You also have that. Yeah, you also have that standpoint. But anyway, you could say that you could compare this event. You could say that Grumpy is in charge of the cabin crew. I'm in charge of flying the aircraft and making sure it doesn't crash. But we're both captains. There you go, Grumpy. That's what we are. You're in charge of the cabin crew. I'm in charge of flying the aircraft. Doing all the oceanic procedure stuff, because I've done that so many times. No, Grumpy, I'll bring 5 hours of extra fuel. I'll make sure to arrive at Heathrow above my maximum man weight. There we go. And then I have a panel up here. I have this panel up here. Fuel jettison. Make sure to jettison fuel on everyone else. No, I won't be that evil. I won't be that evil. I will make sure to bring extra 2 or 3 hours though of fuel. Or more accurately, what I usually bring. I'll show everyone how I do fuel in brief real quickly. And why in the A320 in particular. I always mess it up. So my default fuel settings. "60 minutes contingency and then 30 minutes reserve." And then for extra, usually whenever I'm crossing the pond, usually I'll bring at least 6 to 8 tons extra. So yeah, and I think one of us should Grumpy, actually, do you want to submit? Do we both want to submit feedbacks based on our experience Tuesday? Essentially saying that separation was a bit too close. I forget which controller it was, though. That's the issue. Yeah. Actually, I have a feeling that the controller was Callum. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Let's see here. Feedback. ATC feedback. I put in their request for VAT USA. They said that they would get back to me within 7 days. I did that Friday, so I wouldn't hold anyone's breath. I know, right? And in order for me to find the place to, I actually had to reach out to Seb. He was a good friend of mine. He controls Honolulu, and I actually had to reach out to him, find out how can I request ATC for this event. So I don't do any, despite living in the USA, I don't do anything with VAT UK, with VAT USA. And I'm kind of like the only one here who actually has the right to be able to be like, well, I live in the U.S. I'm technically a U.S. citizen, but do I really consider myself an American? Not really. And I have a passport over there that says I'm not just a citizen of the U.S. So it was Tuesday morning, right, Grumpy? Tuesday morning was, I guess, around 12 o'clock Zulu. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Seems about right. Or was it Tuesday? I feel like it might have been Wednesday. I'll get the Tuesday. The service they provided was professional and well delivered. Neither agreed nor disagree. I agreed that they were competent. I agreed that they they were helpful and provided all the information required. I agree with that. I enjoyed controlling alongside them / flying under the control. Okay. This was arriving into let me look at this. Let me look at my stream. Let me look. I feel like it might have been Monday. I feel like it was either Monday or Wednesday. And the reason why is because I usually work 2 to whatever on Tuesdays. I feel like I wouldn't have I feel like I wouldn't have done that long haul on a Tuesday. Because usually I have to go to work a little earlier. Baltimore to Heathrow 3 days ago. 4 days ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Streamed on the 11th. Yes, so that was Wednesday. I was right. That was Wednesday. I was right about that. I was right. I was right about that. Oh, I think there'll be ATC. Noon most days. There's usually some form of London. It's right midday for you guys. Heathrow. Forgot who it was. However, don't worry. Everyone on VATSIM's gonna be like, why on earth are there 9 AirNott aircrafts going on a 9 on a whatever? Right now, the total's up to 9. The total's up to 9, including Joanna. And there might be a 10th, including Tricky. Right. Which, by the way, if Tricky takes any of our stands, by the way, I have backups. No, by the way, I'm going to recommend, especially if these extras are used. Oh, nice. So even if these backups here are used, or aren't used, I'm still kind of recommending we taxi via Juliet and Sierra. and then we can pop it down here. Yeah, Max, you're still at Fox 2. I was kind of considering switching David and Clark, but Grumpy told me not to. So, of course, if that's all right with you, unless anyone has an issue with their stand assignments are pretty much final. Good. Now, I was kind of considering moving David over to, like, an actual terminal, but it's fine. Grumpy told me not. Once again, Grumpy told me not to, so. Yeah. Yeah. And so, Grumpy and I spent a few minutes last night. Oh, sorry, yesterday. We spent a few minutes going through all these stands, making sure that everything would be fine. Just in terms of, like, wingtip clearance and everything. And what we found was, I can put someone at Fox 2, and I can't put someone at Fox 3, as the wingtip clearance is a little close. Right. And then, same thing, like, with over here. And then these stands here, they're not really heavy stands, right? So the extra 1 and extra 2, they're not really heavy stands. Though, when I'm filming video, I have done, I have gone at these stands, right? But anyway, they're not really heavy capable stands, but we checked the wingtip clearance, and both of these, we definitely need the space in between them. So, can't wait for Tricky to spawn right here, and then ruin it for Joanna and I. And now both the extra stands are. But we did check. I checked in the 747, and which if Tricky were to do, he would do the 747, I think. And the stands are fine, so. At least these are. I haven't checked the rest of them for the 747 because I had frame rate issues. Bloody sim. Bloody default 747 as well. You know, we need David to haul. You know, we gotta convince David to haul some fruit pastels to me. So that's what we gotta do. We can tell David to do the reverse leg today, and to haul me a bunch of fruit pastels. Haul me a whole plane of them, and then he can fly back with his Cessna parts, because apparently that is actually what Maryland exports the most. Apparently, it's aviation stuff. I had no clue about it. I thought one of our biggest exports was sugar, but no. Apparently, aviation stuff is actually our biggest export. Which, thinking about it, it would make sense because my dad does work for a aerospace defense contractor. Pretty famous one as well. Yeah. I'll show you. But also, the interesting thing is that, you know what is consistently one of the most exported product of the U.S.? It is actually aircrafts. I think it's oil and aircrafts. Which I find very, very interesting. Especially considering Boeing's issues. So. Alright, we are 160 miles from Mills. We will do a quick little flight check-in right now. Currently estimating Baltimore at 11:22 Zulu. The current time is 9:26 Zulu, so we got less than 2 hours to touchdown now. We are going to be... Actually, let me quickly take a look at the METAR again. Updated METAR is 230 degrees. Do we need to take 28 then? I mean, it's only 3 knots. 230 degrees 3. I know that technically 33 left is the main arrival runway for Baltimore, but if those winds get any worse than 3 knots, then I'm going to switch. October 3004. Visibility is still 10 station miles. Yeah, I take it that everyone saw my note for METAR in the USA. It's done, visibility is done via statute miles. Not that we'd really care, but just for everyone's information. It confused me the first few times. What is this 10 SM? Is that small clouds at 10 or in like weird way, or no, it's statute miles, and I had to look it up. I may as well save everyone the pain of having to go to the big G of shame. Alright, so these NVIDIA drivers appear to be working. We've been at this now 5 hours, 33 minutes. Damn, have we only been... Oh. Yeah, damn, we've only been at this 5 hours, 33 minutes. Damn. I feel like we've been at this longer than that. Oh, actually, that makes sense. I started this stream around 11. Yeah. Makes about sense. So. The most recent one for the NVIDIA drivers. The most recent one. Thought if I was gonna have to do the whole DDU process, I may as well test it out. Yeah. These. The one 19186 for my 4060. And once again, I would not have touched the drivers if I didn't have an issue, which unfortunately I did have an issue. Annoying, but what you gonna do? So. I mean, when you're having driver-like issues, what are you gonna do? You know, you're gonna go through the process of uninstalling them and reinstalling them. And it was around the same time that I had those really bad, hard crashes that my issues began to happen. Oh dear. Oh, you've never been into Mumbai without. Smoke and fog. Smog. I've never been into Heathrow without some kind of idiot being on the ground. Okay, actually, I actually happened into Heathrow without some idiots being on the ground. That's the thing. I don't think I've ever been into Heathrow without someone on the ground. Oh, have you guys finally broken that streak of rain every single day? Or is that streak still going on? Is Grumpy Bus Driver still really just using Tinkercad? Nice. Nice. I saw that you guys set like a record for that. So. Yeah, are you really using Tinkercad all this time? Ouch. Ouch. So, Grumpy, have you ever used SolidWorks? Tinkercad, or sorry, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like SolidWorks, but not nearly as advanced. You start off by making a sketch, fully defining it, and then you build on top of that sketch. If you know what I mean. Tinkercad, it's like you drag boxes and place boxes, and it's stupid. You've not used SolidWorks. SolidWorks is a really advanced. Actually, I think people who get SolidWorks certified make somewhere in the neighborhood of like I think the stats that I saw were up something insane, especially in like an engineering field, like 20 grand more for a certification that costs 1,000. Roger. I'm gonna put this screenshot in Discord. Said for a test. On the other side of the ground, I'm moving a 772 to Baltimore, not for Tuesday, but instead for a Spuddy test. As I had to reinstall NVIDIA drivers. There you go. Throw that in the Discord real quickly. Quickly to close Discord before it uses up too much memory. That is my one issue with Discord. Why on earth does Discord use up so much bloody memory? And why is my name read in bloody whatever? Why is my name read in the Discord? Is it because I'm still not a member that's a year old? That's been in there for a year? Is that the reason why? So, Aviator, you're in the SU5 betas, right? Did I hear that correctly? See Fry's still behind us. So far. Watch him crash. Fry, are you still with us? Watch Fry have disappeared. Fry's the one right behind us. It's going to Baltimore, right? Never checked. Yep, he's the one right. He's off to Baltimore. You are still with us, though, right? All right. Arrival's going to be via Trish for Noogie. I'm going to take the RNAV. You can take... you're going to take the ILS, I would assume. We might change to 2-8. I don't know yet. We're going to keep an eye out. We're going to keep an eye on the winds. Just be open for that. Fortunately, if we need to switch, it's really easy. It's easier than the buses. So. Yeah, it is easier than the buses, so. Spelled the ugliest stand-in tinker. You know, Fry, you should learn not SolidWorks, Fusion. Fusion is a whole lot more advanced, but on the bright side, you can get everything exactly the way you want. Right? You can get everything exactly the way you want. I mean, you just saw me use it. It's about making sketches, acting on those sketches, right? You extrude or do whatever you need to do, extrude or cut or, right? And then making sure everything gets quote unquote fully defined. So. Yeah, anyway, Fry, we're going to keep an eye on the winds. Right now the winds are not perfect for Baltimore. Or sorry, not perfect for 3-3 left, which is what we usually use. And it is Baltimore's main landing runway. So right now they're 230 degrees 3, right? We're gonna keep an eye on that though. Actually, 230. Okay, that gets any worse, then we're going with one of the 1.5s, I think. I think if that gets any worse, we gotta go with one of the 1.5, I think. Either 1.5 or 1.0 is what we'll have to do if that gets any worse. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. That doesn't look horrendous. What is it for? Or are you just experimenting? That's not that bad. I mean, ugly would be like 2 poles and a bit in the middle, and thinking that somehow is how physics work. Yeah. That's not that bad. So. Oh, I doubt this thing will hold a plane. That is. So is a can of beans. Actually, no. I feel like that could absolutely do it. Right. I actually feel like that could absolutely hold an aircraft. I feel like it could absolutely do that just fine. Right, because even though the strength of the material might say, oh, this material will compress under, let's say, 100 pounds per square inch, right? Or whatever it is. Because you have those bits, right, that kind of hold it together, you're reinforcing a weak point, right? So it should be fine. So... sometimes it's not necessarily. Sometimes it's about more reinforcing everything and just trying to spread out everything evenly. Remember, force spreads out evenly. So there's a reason for it not to, in which you're screwed. But then also, so is everything else, because lots of physics change in this. Right. Unless you're like physically Boeing something. Right, the force is going to spread out evenly. Kind of. Of course, there are exceptions to that, so. But no, most of what's in engineering, and I know because I did a lot of engineering for some time. Most of what's in engineering is reinforcing the stuff you already got. Right. Because any house can be made of just plain wood, right? I mean, you can make a house with 4 walls and have nothing in the middle reinforcing it, right? You can put a roof on that house without anything reinforcing it, right? But it might sag. It might sag. It might bend the walls out, right? What you need to do is you need to reinforce that, right? Whether it's through some beams or through physically reinforcing those corners. And then usually it'll make everything a whole lot more sturdy and strong. I did a lot of engineering back in my robotics days. Actually, I was the lead engineering guy. I was the lead engineering guy back for robotics back when I did that stuff. And we won I think we won a singular competition out of 4 competitions. Out of 4 robotics competitions, I think we won a single one. I think. So, if I remember, well, we might have won we might have won 2 back then. So, the same dimensions. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Especially if it's Lego. I mean, Lego's not that heavy in the grand scheme of things. Especially if it's Lego, that'll be more than enough, actually. Oh, if you wanted to, you could get a pencil and balance it on that. But yeah, that'll be plenty sturdy. Especially if you don't build it out of paper. Well, actually, even if you were to build it out of paper, it might still work. Because yeah. That looks plenty fine, though. But that'll hold plenty, so just make sure you print it correctly. Right, where are we? Alright, I'm officially in the US. You are almost in the US. Yeah, you could raise it a little higher. You could raise it a little higher if you wanted to. But that's why we design stuff in CAD instead of printing it first. Instead of making it first and then realizing, oh shit, I need to make it a little higher. That's why we plan. So 5 years. My goodness. My goodness. I use CAD about once every 6 months or so. Usually, most of the stuff I print is stuff that I find on the interwebs. All right, I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting for this updated METAR report right now. 6th grade, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright, so I'm waiting for this updated METAR report from the METAR people. They should be updating it in about 3 minutes. At least that's what I hope. And I'll go from there for the runways. But it might not be 3-3 left. I'm going to hope that it's 3-3 left because I get to do the fun RNAV. But I'm also going to prepare myself that it might not be 3-3 left for arrivals. I know that right now. So the most recent METAR report I got was as of an hour ago. And it was 230 degrees 3. So in 10 minutes, I'll go ahead and refresh the page. We should have the updated METAR report. And if it goes any more in that direction, then it's not going to be 3-3 left. Because that's 230 degrees from what was 280 degrees. So I gotta keep all this in mind. But it might not be 3-3 left for arrivals today. With that said, though, it's only 3 knot tailwind. At most, it would only be a 3 knot tailwind. So. Oh, that's nice. That's some form of a bomber, I think. Don't. 2 feet wide, 2.5 feet long. Damn. B-17. Yeah. Maybe you should make one of the B2. That'll be fun. The B2 bar. The B2 would be fun. Let's see here. Oh, I'll wait. I have another 10 minutes. Wait for the most recent METAR report. Once again, it might not be 3-3 left for arrivals today. It might be something else. I'm hoping it's going to be 3-3 left because then I get to do the fun approach. And I do always enjoy that fun approach. But, yeah. Damn. Also, you did this to me yesterday, but language. Sorry, you did to me yesterday? Or the other day? Or someone did. I don't know if it was you, but... someone did it. Someone said language to me yesterday, after I cussed a bunch. No. Someone else then. Mistook them for you. By the way, I did. By the way, I do want to go ahead and issue my statement on what happened to Louis. Louis has been removed from the channel. Well, kind of. I can't stop him from watching the stream, but over over the course of several streams, I feel like he said some stuff that's kind of giving me the creeps. I feel like he's giving me some. He said some stuff in the chat that kind of gave me the creeps. What I have been able to do it though is I have been able to prevent him from commenting during the streams, and I haven't been able to prevent him from using any of my content anywhere. So, been able to do that. I can't. I can't prevent him from watching the stream. So if he is watching the stream, this is the reason. This is what happened to him. Okay. But he will no longer be joining us. And if I had to guess, I think he probably knows that I did what I did to him, and that I quote unquote hid him from the channel. And I think I removed him from chat entirely. So, but over the past, who knows how long, since he's been watching, he's been asking like really weird questions that make me feel a little uncomfortable at times. Thank you, Fry, for pointing that out to me in DM. And I, to be honest, I was kind of on to him as well. I was kind of thinking the same thing back then. I mean, asking very obvious questions that I've answered like 15,000 times. It's like, how long till we land? It's like, I just told you, like 6 hours. And it's like at the top of it's at the top of the screen as well. It's like, yeah, at a certain point though, enough. So that's my official statement on that. But Louis will no longer be joining us. Well, maybe he'll be joining us through that, or through the stream, but he will no longer be allowed to type in chat and whatnot. So, and he is hidden from everyone else. So, Grumpy, are you back with us by chance? Because there is an update from Airsoft on the A340-300. Let's see. A little weird. Oh, yeah, he was a little weird. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, thank you, Fry, for getting me back on my A game on that. Gotta be aware of a lot of predators, and I'm not gonna say he wasn't one, but yeah, it was weird. So, and to be honest, if I had to guess, he probably was. If I had to guess. But anyway, I'm not gonna go into it anymore. It's not right with me to make content off of him, especially if he is a just well-meaning guy, just a little weird. So I have no proof to back up my claim that he is a predator, so I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. Out of respect to him. Now, if I find out he was one, then okay, then I'll go on and on about it. But anyway, enough that topic. So there is an update for the A340. They're saying that they're going to release a date next week. They said that all the systems and everything are done. Yeah, they're doing a good job by the looks of it. They're working on improving 3D models and animations. They're working on they're working on improving the texturing a little bit, and they're going to be producing a trailer next week with a release date by the looks of it, which means they're probably within about 3 weeks, I think, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, they're probably within about 3 or 4 weeks. And I think Grumpy will be very pleased with that A340. Then again, we were saying the same thing about the inbuild's A350, and we're all let down. So gotta keep our guard up. But with that said, though, it's Tullus, so Tullus has a pretty good reputation over with X-Plane. It's Tullus doing the systems and Aerosoft doing the modeling, which I think will be a perfect combo. I think that'll be a pretty damn perfect combo. You know, maybe it'll actually be Phoenix level. Maybe it'll actually be Phoenix level. But if I had to put a price on it, if I had to guess a price, $90. $90 is what I'm expecting for the A340-300. Because that's what Tullus has the A340 at with X-Plane, and that's with the not the best texturing, but anyway, if I had to guess, $90 is what I'm expecting, or whatever the equivalent of that is in pounds and euros and whatever currency. I think what 70-ish pounds, something like that. It'll probably be PMDG level pricery though, so. You're still seeing 3-3s for arrival. Is that what the updated meets are? Yeah. Oh, I think now it is 3-3. Now I do think it's 3-3 left. Because it is the wind now calm. Or actually, sorry. Calm wind. It's calm wind, which there's a difference between wind calm and calm wind. Wind calm is anything 3 knots or less. Calm wind is anything less than a knot of wind. And the wind is 0, 0, 0 degrees, 0, 0 knots. There is no wind. Which is nice. Still seeing 10 satellite miles visibility. Altimeter 3003. Temperature -2, dew point -3. Yeah. That was as of 10 minutes ago. So far, in that case, are you going to set up for the ILS, or do you want to give the RNAV a go? I know I haven't I forgot to send you a thing on RNAV. I usually hand fly the RNAV. But are you going to plan for ILS or RNAV? I'm going to go RNAV. Especially if 10 statute miles visibility remains, which I think it will. Actually, overcast for 2000. Well, that's fine. Overcast 2300. That's fine. It's not an issue. Our ETA is in. Mine's in 80. Is in roughly 18 minutes. All right. All right. see. Let's see here. I am peckish, and I'm out of food. Which is very, very sad. Very, very sad. I'm out of food. Whatever. Afternoon rain developing. Shit. Rain from about 2 to about 10. Actually, it's not shit. I actually like the rain. Heathrow boss says airport in danger of losing Europe's busiest title. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Got the critical need for third runway for Heathrow. Critical need. Alright, let's see. Alright, I'm getting off the phone now. Alright, let's go ahead and close a few things to prepare for this approach. Alright, you can close that. Close that, close that. Thank you, close. Once again, grab it, cut the site, cut the citation X and probably even these. And to be honest, got the 320 Neo as well. Got the 320 Neo as well, especially if no one's flying it. Right, get that out. Alright, let's see. Heathrow Tower on. Tell him. Kieran. Gatwick Ground Tower and Tower both online. Probably not online anymore. No, he is. Don't know why he's not showing up on over here. AirNott 3, AirNott 56 Tango. Wind is unknown. Not clear to land. There you go. So we are approaching Boston. Now, if stuff is configured correctly, we may or may not get auto ATC message sending. Okay, I'm hoping we do. Then here is lovely Baltimore. Here's lovely Baltimore. Arrival in roughly an hour or so. We'll take 33 left, make it, boom, and go around like usual. Echo 1, Echo 3, and Echo 5. I'm going to take Echo 1 today. Just so I can feel grumpy with evilness. No. Just so I can fill Echo 1 with wonderful Boeing fumes for grumpy. Maybe I'll even pop a tire on the runway. Speaking of landings, what's my score up to? We were on a nice streak of 10s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was 5 10s in a row. That was 5 10s in a row. Recently. What's our average rating up to? So 9.71. I'm really trying to get this type rating back up to whatever. Actually, surely I'm close to removing the red bar from the type rating. Surely I'm close. Let's see here. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not really. Not really. 7. After this would be 7. Not thrilled with that. Annoying. That said, this month we have flown the 777. Flown at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 flights. So half the flights this month have been in the 777. At least. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Yeah. About half of all these flights this month and in the trouble. Maybe I'll try to do the entirety of the U.S. 50-state tour in X-Plane. So we're going to be getting that Wednesday, by the way. Either Wednesday or Thursday. Don't know yet. Kind of considering Wednesday. Or kind of considering Thursday, I don't know yet. But anyway, we're going to begin the 50-state U.S. tour this week. Here's what that'll look like. So it's you start off in Anchorage, then go down to airport I cannot pronounce, or airport I have no clue. Where then you're off to Seattle, then airport I have no clue where. Then airport I have no clue where. Then Salt Lake City, then to Boise, and then airport I don't know where. Then airport I don't know where. Then another airport I don't know where. Then I guess Tulsa or something. Then we're off to another airport I have no clue where. Then we're off to another airport I have no clue where. And another one. And another one. And then we're off to Milwaukee. Then another one I don't know where. Then Orlando. Or sorry, not Orlando. Chicago. And I think that's Minneapolis. Then to Detroit. Then to an airport I don't know where. Then another airport I don't know where. Then another one I don't know where. Then to Cleveland. Then to Kennedy. Then to Kentucky. Then I think then another airport I don't know where. To an airport I don't know where. To Boston. To another airport I don't know where. I don't know. I don't know half these legs. So nice. Welcome back, Crumbs. Alright, let's see. If I'm not mistaken, we're about to pass Boston, which is, I guess, one of our new hubs, I think. Should see Boston somewhere in a moment, if we haven't already passed it. We have not yet. Maybe a tad. Maybe a tad. Probably be arriving with a bit of a sunrise, I think. Boston should be over there-ish. What is that aircraft right there? Is that a helicopter? No. No, that is an A321neo. That is a Delta A321neo arriving into Boston, which, yeah, Boston should be about here. I have to turn. I can't see them land. They're on like short final though. Yeah, there's Boston right there, and I know that it's hard to see, but well, really. What? Not gonna lie, these ground pictures could be a tad better. Lots of U.S. flyers today. I think it's accurate. I think Boston's being obstructed by the clouds right there. Not mistaken. I've flown in and out of Boston a few times. Actually, I do technically have the payware scenery for Boston, but to be honest, I don't fly in and out of Boston that much anymore. I think most recently, the time I was at Boston most recently was when we flew the A300, which even then that was months ago. That was months upon months ago. So. Yeah, Boston should be right behind those clouds, I think. Yeah, but Boston's a bit of a challenging approach, if we're being honest, because I feel like I always want to get too high on the approach for Boston, because the touchdown markers are really, really poorly placed. And to be honest, Boston does not actually have the longest runways in the world. Their runways are quite short, comparatively speaking. See you, Delta. Actually, I'll continue watching through this. Yeah, they should be touching now about now. I think, anyway. At least according to Vatson Radar. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Very, very blurry scenery. I blame Moto FPS. So. Alright. Oh, you have an aircraft in front of us? I do see that aircraft in front of us. Better not be fly. No, it's not fly. It is a Qatari 777 going to Miami. On not the correct frequency. They're on 119-800, so. Actually, it's busy for the US at this time. Actually, it's busy. Oh, I can see that bloody Kennedy is beginning to wake up. I've told you, people insist that Kennedy's worse than Heathrow. People insist about that, and I don't think that's true. Because I personally have a hard time believing that it is true, but I'm not gonna say they're not. I don't really go to Kennedy that often. Alright, when's our top descent? Top descent is in a few miles. Top descent is at 10:47. We're gonna arrive in Baltimore 11:22 Zulu. We're gonna try to keep our speed up though during the descent. Oh, you're about to be getting. You're about to be in descent as well. We're all but gonna be getting descent here soon. I see you now. I see you now, Max. We're gonna begin our descent in 161 miles, so in about, well, Sorry. We're going to begin it in about 130 miles. Alright. Let's see if I can remember the bar correctly. I think it's 496 on the bar for Baltimore. Let me verify that. It's 496, I think. You know you're doing this too much when you begin to memorize the borrow. So why did I not do that? It did now. Yes, I'm right. 496. Now, in the 777 in Microsoft Flight Sim, you could twiddle this dial a little bit, or you could do it through down here. But I'm gonna twiddle this dial because it's fun. Alright. We did get updated METAR about half an hour ago. And the wind has gone to calm wind. So we are going to take 3-3 left for Baltimore today. Which we will not be departing 3-3 left for Tuesday. We will be either it'll be 2-8 or 1-5 right. Most likely 2-8, but if the winds are wrong, then it'll be 1-5 right. And if it's 1-5 right, then you guys are gonna. You may as well start one engine and then start the other in the massive line. So. Grumpy, did you see the update on the 340? They said they're gonna release. They're gonna announce a date next week for it, which means it's pretty close. And this bloody microphone mount's about to break again. Yeah, it's fixed right now. For the for the 340 from Airsoft on the Airsoft Discord. Good, Fry, good. I'm gonna hand fly this approach as usual. I'll hand fly the approach as usual. Most RNAV approaches I end up hand flying myself. Just find it more fun. It's not like an ILS where where the aircraft kind of needs to figure itself out to intercept. It's not like an ILS. It's an RNAV, and you can tell a little easier when you're getting off. When you're getting off the RNAV, and yeah. It should be under flight, I think. Yeah, flight news. Roger. Roger. So. Okay, they didn't say a release date next week, but they said they're going to be sending it to everyone. They're going to be sending it to creators next week. So. Baltimore altimeter is 3003. They can preset that. Perfect. Alright. Baltimore CTAF frequency is 119,400, in case anyone's curious. I'll make sure that goes into the Discord as well if it's not in already. Yeah, if it's not in already, let me just quickly verify that that it is in for people. So if New York is configured correctly, we'll get auto ATC messages again here in a few moments, but I don't think that New York is configured correctly. So I don't think we will. I'll know if New York is configured correctly because we'll get a auto ATC message for automated ATC descent. But once again, I am not certain that New York is configured correctly today. Top descent is in 10 minutes. By the way, Fry, VNav in the 777 kinda sucks. I recommend descent at least 2 or 3 minutes before what it says for top descent. Alright, we're gonna go initially down to... Well, actually, I'll do it. If we were to get an auto ATC message, we'll get it here soon. And I'll try to keep high speed on this descent just so we can have some separation. Getting close to the time where I'm gonna knock myself out. Getting close to that point in time. Oh, now might be a good time to get a certain screenshot I'm trying to get for a while. You know, if we're lucky, Fry will have a bit of a sunrise when we get there. So. Alright, we'll begin to get... If New York is configured correctly, which, once again, I don't think it is, but... in the event that it is, we'll get our auto ATC message here, or at least I will here soon. Probably around Farl or Jersey. Or about halfway in between. I think usually they give me Jersey, but anyway, we'll see in a few moments. You will see in a few moments. New York! All Long Island right there. Wonderful Kennedy's down there. Oh, thanks. I don't really sing. So, having to notice that that my absolutely very little music mind actually has some music in it. Okay, seriously, I don't actually listen to music, guys. Aside from the bloody YouTube shorts. Whatever music is on, they play on YouTube shorts now. That's what I have. So, sorry, Grumpy. I really don't listen to that much music anymore, though. I just find it really distracting, to be honest. I find it really distracting, and anyway. We'll probably get an auto ATC message in a few moments if we're gonna get it. So, I really don't listen to that much music anymore. I really don't listen to that much music anymore. So. Uh-oh. We have an emergency in chat. Declare the Mayday. Declare it. If you don't think you have fuel, you got to declare it. Which I have done a few times. I've not. Uh-oh. That's barely enough to taxi. That's not enough for go around. And you don't have any diversion points either. If I'm you, I'm declaring that, especially in the A350. If I'm you, I'm declaring it. I'm declaring emergency fuel. If I'm you. By the way, I do think that New Sky will bash you for that now. So. But yeah, no. If I'm you, I'm declaring that emergency. So it doesn't matter. At least say Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Callsign. Now Mayday fuel. So. exactly what Grumpy said. Also remember that these big jets, they don't have as big of a margin for or they have a much bigger margin for how much extra fuel you can carry in relationship to time without being over your maximum landing weight. Excuse me. Right. So I can carry an extra 5 hours of fuel on my 777 and be fine. So, be it 2.2 tons of extra fuel. That seems I good. Declare it. And if you're using New Sky, to be honest, at this point in time, I'd probably declare it in there as well. If I'm arriving in any aircraft with 2.2 fuels, or with 2.2 tons of fuel, I'm declaring an emergency, because that's not anything to even go around in. So it doesn't matter if that's an A319 or a 777. If I'm arriving with 2.2 tons of fuel, that's an emergency. So, all right. What did I say? New York Center was not configured correctly. Altitude 12,000 feet level choice. See if I get the buzz in a moment. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, beginning descent now. Altitude 12,000 feet. Level Troy is expecting Trish 4 arrival into Baltimore traffic. Yeah, auto ATC would give us the height, would give us the altitude for descent if it's configured correctly, which it's not. At least I don't think it is. Let me actually go ahead and begin that descent before I notice the aircraft. Let me get this in. Level Troy's. Trish 4 on 33 left. Alright, and we are going to keep our speed up during this descent because I want to get in fast. So. So Grumpy, auto ATC would usually give us like step descents. If it's usually, especially if like New York, if anything New York is online, it'll tell us descend blah 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 level Troy's or sorry level Biggie right, cross blah 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 at 19 blah 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 right. It'll also say stuff like no separation surfaces provided right, and it wouldn't be like actual instructions. It'd be like New York Center advises, right? It will never do that on the ascent, though. It'll never do that on the ascent. It'll only do that on the descent, and it'll stop around Washington Center. Or, sorry, yeah, around Washington. So. Because DC doesn't do it. Boston and New York. Love it though. I'm actually kind of surprised that there's no Kennedy Tower online right now. Try to keep it high speed up. Alright, we need to work through the checklist real quickly. Alright, anti-ice not needed, recall, wait. Descent. I don't know why that didn't do it from, anyway. Recall, no notes. Let's see, in a moment I'll go ahead and brief the cabin. What is it saying for auto break? Auto break 3, that's usually what I do into Baltimore, unfortunately. Okay, alright, VREF final approach speed is going to be 135 knots. Our minimums are 296. And then in terms of the approach, it'll be, of course, the circle to land approach. So I'll aim to... Should have done this a few moments ago. So we have key at 4,000. We're going to aim for giraffe at altitude 1,500 feet. Oh, of course, we'll be in the turn around lab P is when we officially enter the turn. And we'll aim to do that at 3,200. So. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, in case you haven't noticed, we have begun our descent into Baltimore. There's some arrival information for U.S. citizens. We highly, us at British Airways and AirNott do highly advise that you install the MCP app that allows you to bypass customs. The current time is 10:49 Heathrow, 5:49 a.m. Baltimore local time. We should have you there in about half an hour if everything goes to plan. Should be a fairly smooth arrival. Not really expecting any kind of turbulence or anything from this point forth. Cabin crew, 30 minutes to landing. Cabin crew, 30 minutes to landing. Thank you. By the way, the MCP app is a real thing. And saved us probably about half an hour in the line at freaking Dulles. And if you've never been through U.S. passport lines, which, first off, they don't check your passport anymore. They do it all via facial recognition. But they're pretty damn horrendous. The lines are pretty damn horrendous compared to the rest of the world, especially compared to Heathrow. Heathrow, it is as simple as walk in, put your passport on like the machine, and look up at it, and then you're through. Going through border in the U.S. is horrendous, though. And I don't want to get into the political reasons why, but it is horrendous. And they don't even check your passports anymore. They do it via facial recognition. At least for the past 2 years they have. In case we go around, we'll fly the pattern. It'll be up to 3,000. Direct to Baltimore VOR. So. Yeah, good luck, Max. Good luck. Fortunately, you have lots of experience in the 350, so. But if you want a good suggestion, no, well, for Catholic Vic, in case you go around, turn and land on the reciprocal runway. Make sure auto brake is max. So, or aim for the ocean. Or aim for the ocean. So. Fry, everything alright? You should have begun your descent about now. Remember, you don't want to nosedive it. And VNav, not gonna lie, Fry, VNav kind of sucks in the 777. I don't really trust it. You'll be doing a lot of speed brake extension. Yeah, if New York was configured correctly, I would have definitely gotten something by now. But it's not, so. Alright, the airport that we should be about to see should be Philadelphia, which is an A380 capable airport. Right there, Philadelphia. I've never actually been to, well, I have been to Philly a few times. It's been a while, though. It's been, gosh, probably about 10 years now since I was last in Philly. Yep. And even here, it wouldn't, auto FPS wouldn't matter here. Because, I've never had a frame issue arriving into Baltimore. It's always been into Heathrow. And I think it's because AnyBuilds Heathrow uses an insane amount of VRAM. I think that's the reason that auto FPS is so crucial for Heathrow. But yeah, auto FPS is up. It is up and running, been up and running the entire time. So. Alright, 180. I think so. I don't know if I have the beta, but... Well, yeah, it's 0.4.6.2. Not the 5, not the 0.5. I need to reduce it to 320 now. There's only one speed restriction here, I think. Though I'm about to add my own. Yeah, 2 tenant fins. Yeah, to 2. Technically 2 speed restrictions. Next to the look for yourself. I don't think so though. If there's like a new tick box there. So. Incoming pick on disc. Roger. Oh, is Grumpy finally using audio FPS despite having a 5090? I thought you said you didn't use auto FPS. You did all that, by the way. Yeah, I have to go 3. I'm a little heavy. I'm so above my maximum landing weight. Oh yeah, I'm way above my max. Or sorry, I'm way below my maximum landing weight. Way below. Ooh. That's interesting. So. That is interesting, Grumpy. Roger. Roger. What am I getting right now for frames? Looking fine, I think. Yeah, 75 frames per second. If this is Heathrow, you're struggling already. So. That makes sense. Makes sense. Alright. Our next altitude is 6,000 feet level. Sorry, 5,000 feet level fins. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go direct fins. I'm lazy. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, turning now, direct fins, sending now altitude 5,000 feet. Upon passing altitude 10,000 feet, we will reduce speed to 250 knots. Baltimore traffic. We almost made it without that. We almost made it the entire stream without that turning off, I think. To 50 knots. Once again, we are approaching Oh, that right there is Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Then Martin State is a little over yonder. Okay, Chase Lane, what you doing? And then Baltimore should be over there-ish. Actually, should we always have the straight in front of us? We'll get insight when we get insight. So nice. Nice. Crater like landing, or a just a firm landing, or Delta triple or Delta CRJ landing. Firm. Nice. There we are. Give me 2, 4, 5 knots. Now, if I just be advised, I'm gonna reduce to a speed of about 160 in a moment. So you might want to slow your speed down a little bit, depending on how far behind you are. We should be fine for separation, but I'll let you know when I clear the runway. So I'm gonna go extremely slow in a moment. Cabin crew for landing. Thank you. Don't know why all these checklists reset. Approach altimeter checked. Landing will be flat 30 as usual. Thank you, Captain. Alright, so what we are about to cross is the Baltimore Harbor. Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and then we are a little low. Then up here is Martin State. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Fry. Uh-oh. Fry, if you were running New Sky, even if the sim crashes, you can do New Sky. Oh, yay. Even if you're running New Sky, you can do New Sky restore, and for the 777s, it works pretty well. Grumpy doesn't trust it for the reload 10,000, so let's get everything on. But you're not doing New Sky, okay? And by the way, that goes for anyone using the 777 for Tuesday. If you have any issues, New Sky Restore actually does a pretty good job with the triples. I know the Grumpy doesn't trust it for the buses, but it does a good job with the triples. So. Baltimore traffic, speed road 22 Bravo, descending now, altitude 4,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. Makes sense. Good move. Though you can't do it free of consequence on the New Sky, whatever. So. Oh, Aviator, you should have seen me yesterday at Hong Kong. My ILS didn't work either. Nice, Grumpy. Nice. Nice, Fry. Alright, lights are on. We need to reduce to 210 now. Baltimore traffic, speed road 22 Bravo, reducing speed now to 10 knots. Baltimore traffic. And it's Lab P at... Yeah, I'm really peckish. It is Lab P at 3,200. Yeah. Actually, I need to go to Lab P right now. I forgot to do it. I forgot to do it this way. There we go. Forgot about that. Your first set of flaps. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22 Bravo, reducing speed now 190 knots. Baltimore traffic. I'm about to switch. Roughly 10 miles from the airport. So I'm about to switch. So it happens, Max. It happens. Yeah. Baltimore traffic. Speedbird 22 Bravo, racing speed 170 knots now. Switching over to Baltimore CTF 119.400. Roughly 7 miles from Lab P, where we will turn final for the for the visual approach 33 left. Final call on Unicom Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic speedbird 22 Bravo is 5 miles from Lab P. About to turn final. About to turn short final for 33 left. Baltimore traffic. Go speed 160 now. Show me if flaps 20. So. You might be off your VNav path. That might be the issue. But yeah, well, especially with your frame issues, Fry, you might want to go wireless anyway. In case you decide to Cat 3 at which. For frames, no shame in doing that. No shame in Cat 3ing it for frames. Alright. Despite me being insanely peckish, I'm gonna try this. So. Interesting. Oh, remember, the RNAV doesn't start until key. So. Alright. Gear down. Gonna be using this a number of times now. Final approach speed is 135 knots. My controls. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, in base now, 33 left, roughly 7 miles to go. Baltimore traffic. Flaps full now. Okay, do need to dive it a little.
$2,500.
Noted. Got the field in sight. Got the runway in sight. Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo, turning final now, 33 left, 5 miles to go. Baltimore traffic. Alright, lights are on, good. Reducing, we have reduced to our final approach speed. Flaps are full, check auto brake set, check out tenders checked, good. Though actually just thought we should probably double check the meter. I gotta straighten up a little. Oh, whatever. Stick with it. A little off. Probably should have done that in the descent. Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo, 2.5 mile final, now 33 left, Baltimore traffic.
Approaching. 3 left.
Noted. Still a tad low.
500.
Noted.
Approaching minimum.
Continue approach, stable approach, runways in sight, clear to land, no traffic on the runway.
Baltimore traffic, speedbird 76 Foxtrot inbound for the ILS runway 33 left. Currently descending for 3000. Baltimore traffic.
Final call, Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, landing 33 left. Final call, Baltimore traffic.
200.
Noted.
$100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Bit of a floater, but okay. Not bad. Not bad. Just a tad off center line, I felt as well.
4,000 feet remaining.
Auto brake off. It's a little off center line, I feel like, but average 777 landing. Baltimore traffic speed road 22 Bravo now clear, 33 left, taxiing now stand Echo 1 via Papa and Bravo. Baltimore traffic. Alright, so flaps away. Get the ground spoilers away. APU can go ahead and go on, and tell you what, it fries inbound now. No, not really. I mean, he hasn't turned final yet, so yeah, I'm going to try to get down here first. Right, auto brake to disarm. Landing lights off. Trying to keep the turn off lights on for right now. You know, if only we had the same replay tool we have in X-Plane. That'd be nice. Don't fry. When I see that you've turned inbound, we're gonna set up chase plane. Try to get your landing. Take Echo 1. Fry's on the base. For this. No, that's not him right there. That might be him there, right there, though. Alright, tell you what. Let me just stay here for a second. There's no one else on the ground at Baltimore. There's no one else here, so go ahead and watch Fry's landing. Chase plane. Let me just turn off some stupidness before I do that. Alright, so 3-3 left is that one. Right. Yeah. Might be a minute. Might be a minute. There's us in the triple. That looks way too high, but okay. I only think that is him. It looks high, but he's probably fine. And 3,000 feet is a little high for a short final. Alright, well look. Watch it. Oh dear. Yeah, 3-3 left does not actually. So 3-3 left does have an ILS, but does a pretty. I don't think that by default it actually has it. So unfortunately. See. Yeah, but with default scenery though. With default scenery, I haven't tested it with default scenery. Unless Grumpy, you tested it with default scenery this week. I don't think it has the iOS working. Oh, you had default. Huh? Interesting. I know in 2020 it doesn't. So. Oh, you got the paid. You got the Latin VFR one. Nice. 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 There it comes. And there's a park right across the street. I've been to plenty of times. 777, 772 landing, 33 left, Baltimore. And that's where the channel logo is from. Registration for that was Golf Dash Yankee Mike Juliet, I believe. Firm, but that was still pretty good. That was still pretty damn good. That was a little firm, but that was still pretty damn good. Baltimore traffic speed road to Bravo, continuing taxi now. By the way, our estimated fuel on board was perfect, 18.3. We have 18.3 tons. So, see you, Crumps. Thanks for tuning in as always, mate. $113. Nice. Nice. And I guess you beat me. But it's not about... It's about having a good, stable approach, is what it's about. It's about having a good, stable approach, putting it perfectly in the touchdown markers, making sure the passengers are happy, not about the lowest feet per minute. It's about nice, safe landing. 11.3 fuel. I was about to say, surely your landing was not. Surely your landing was not. Was not 11.3 or 113 feet per minute. Sorry, but you weren't using New Sky, so you probably won't. You probably don't know then. I was actually curious about that number. Yeah, I was actually a little curious about that number, but okay. The nice thing about the 777 is that you don't really have to flare it that much. Actually, you don't flare it that much. Only flare it by like maybe 2 or 3 degrees. You don't flare it by any more than that, you know? That's the nice thing about the 777. Rather, in the buses, you have to flare those things a freaking shitload compared to Boeing's. Even in the 737, you have to flare that thing quite a massive amount. Oh, actually, in the 737, not really. But I mean, the 350, the thing that always got me was the flare. It's like I keep under flaring in that thing. It's always a massive under flare. So I'm used to the triple when I'm flying long haul. Alpha. Welcome home. 7.5 hours later. Look at that. 6:30, almost. By the way, Friday, you are supposed to announce taxi on CTAF. Announce clear of runways, and yeah, we just had to wait until 6:30 with me. So get all of my equipment appears to be there. All right, now the hardest part, thing that I will give the buses a little bit of leeway here. All good. Is the parking in the 777. Sorry, Chuck. Parking this thing is not, let's just say it's easier said than done. That said, I think I might have put it, I'm not going to say I put it right on the hammer, but I think I might have done a decent job today. Come on now. Come on now. Perfect. They're gonna do the little dance. No. Park's a bit askew. Oh, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. 777's easy. Hand fly. 777 is easy to hand fly. Alright. I'm gonna turn off lights off, taxi lights off, beacons off. What's the damage? I'm gonna guess. Oh, well. I just got the numbers. I have no clue how it was a 10, but it was. I have no clue how I managed to do another 10. Let's drop these off. Forgot to turn those off earlier, so I'll get wing lights off. Alright, before you disconnect, there we go. Yeah, so it was a nice big 10. Made 147. Sorry, nearly $148,000 for the AirNott virtual airline. Oh yeah. That was a great touchdown. 1.31 Gs under normal conditions. So, yeah. Cannot wait to see this whole area filled up to the brim with on Tuesday. So, anyway, ladies and gents, that is going to do it for me. I will see everyone on Tuesday. I don't think I'm going to stream before then. It's been a blast, and it's good to know that my system is fully ready for Wednesday. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Like I said, it's been an absolute blast, and I'll see you all in the next one. Good morning.